There we go. All right. Hello, everybody. JR here, back with the continuation of our Life is Strange franchise tier list. So far we got we already did the soundtrack. We did the soundtrack. Well, the first category we did was the soundtrack a while ago. So that's done. We are in the middle. Well, we're approaching the middle because once we get through all the episodes of Life is Strange 2, then we'll pretty much be in the middle of the entire franchise. So we'll see. But in any case, so far, this is what the episodes are. What each of the episodes are looking like. So in the last in the last in the last part, we did the farewell episode, and we did the Captain Spirit episode. The two little mini, like really small mini episodes. Pretty much little add-ons, DLC. In Captain Spirit's case, like a short little demo. Um, because Captain Spirit came out before the first episode of Life is Strange 2 did. And we also got through the first episode of Life is Strange 2. So we'll see if we can maybe finish off Life is Strange 2. We'll see. But yeah, so without any further ado, we'll get a little refresher in what happens in we'll get a little refresher about what happens in Life is Strange 2. So let's play the as always the short little trailer. So that way I may get reminded uh of anything that happens. So let's start that.
18.
Beaver Creek?
That's where our grandparents live. They'll probably help us.
Oh my.
They're family, right?
Did you hurt that police officer in Seattle?
I don't know. All I know is that on the ground, he shot Dad, and now he's gone.
Oh, sweetie.
You two are gonna stay with us. This is your home now. Keep your heads low around here. Beaver Creek is small and nosy.
We have to be extra careful out here.
I should have known you were something I need.
Focus. You can do this.
Should have known.
Whoa! Holy shit!
I did it!
It's time to go over the rules. The first one, hide your power.
Stop it, you crazy?
The second rule is,
Never talk about it.
because that's usually the hardest rule for you.
Did you see that?
And the final rule,
Avoid danger?
run from danger. Shit, this is the most important one.
Be careful, Sean. You know, he's still so young. He needs you more than anything else.
I see you. You got a crush on me or something?
Got ya!
Daniel?
Leave me alone!
Do it, Daniel! Now!
I like how they advertise the little the little DLC patches for the original for the original game. The little patches that you can put on the what's it, Sean's book bag. But in any case, okay, so that's how so that's a little refresher. Well, refresher for me, maybe for y'all on some of the things that happen in the second episode here of Life is Strange 2 as we go over that. So let's see. So first off, um, I know this episode is, I think some of the people that even enjoy the second game even don't, that they find this episode boring. Episode 2. Um so first off, um I for me, uh this episode, it does have a little bit of a boring, it does have its middle section of this episode that there's really not a lot happening. So we'll get into that in a minute here. So pretty much the beginning of the episode is, after some time, sometime after the end of the first episode, because the game kind of time jumps in between episodes by certain amount of time. Like like sometimes months pass between episode and stuff like that. So because by the beginning of episode 1 here, as you can see, now it's winter time, because in the first episode, Daniel was getting like a zombie costume ready for like Halloween. So now it's winter, so clearly at the very least, like about 2 months or so have passed. So now they've gotten because they're also was it running away? One of the big things I kind of forgot to mention, because because they get sidetracked a lot through the game, is Sean's bright idea is to run away with Daniel to Mexico. So to actually go to Mexico. So they're traveling from Seattle down to Mexico. So now they're I forget where they specifically are. I think they're still in Oregon, maybe. I think they're still in Oregon because we know they were in Oregon because of the Arcadia Bay cameo at the end of towards the end of episode 1 when Sean and Brody pull over to the side and Sean tells Brody about everything that has happened to them up until that point. So he he's you know uh so he's doing his own thing. So well, Brody's off doing his own thing after paying for giving them paying for like a motel for them to stay at for a little bit, and then giving them a little bit of money, and then giving them a little bit of like supplies and stuff as they're like sleeping in woods and like stuff like that. So so they so after getting their taking their little cross country bus, getting down closer to Mexico, well, as close to Mexico as they could afford to go with the bus, they go to they are staying in this like abandoned like house that they find, because obviously it's winter, so they need to have some sort of shelter and whatnot. They can't stay out in the like open outside because it's cold, sometimes freezing cold depending on where you are. So they wind up staying in this abandoned house, right? At the same time, uh, they are Sean is like training Daniel in how to control his powers, his like telekinesis powers. So they do little so you so you're doing little training sessions with Daniel right now, like as you saw in the trailer, levitating like rocks and whatnot, and doing some other stuff and whatnot. And you have the little dog Mushroom there that's like hanging around with you and whatnot. You kind of gave Mushroom a little like a little like scarf, um, which is kind of funny, but yeah. So you do all that. Um, you so you do all that. You start Sean starts to see that Daniel is starting to come down with a cold, and the cold is obviously getting worse because it's not like they have any medicine or anything, and uh they're staying in an abandoned house, and which obviously doesn't have any functioning like utilities. So pretty much you're like creating your own fire, and you're like well, at least it's snowing, so you can melt some snow to try to get like water out of it and things like that. But in any case, so Daniel's coming getting with the training, he's getting a little bit more comfortable in controlling his powers and stuff like that. So alongside obviously getting sick and stuff like I mentioned. So Daniel is like Sean is like, okay, you're getting sick, and it's not getting any better, it's getting like worse. So I need to do something to get you better. So it's at this point that Daniel that Sean truly decides that because he reviews the map and stuff of where they are, and he's like, okay, this is where we are. So to get you better, hopefully get you better, we're gonna go visit our grandparents, like I mentioned, their mother's grandparents, the mother that ran off on them. So he's like, okay, I remember they lived here, so it's been a while since I've seen them, since any of us seen them. So it's been so hopefully they still live in the same place, which obviously from the trailer we know is 100% true. Um, so you do that, and then you spend one last night inside the house, right? And at the same time you're getting get your stuff ready, so that way you can leave the next morning, right? Um, so then you wake up the next morning, making sure you got everything right, and then you go check on Daniel. Daniel's checking over his stuff, and he's like, okay, the dog needs to go outside. Obviously, like the dog wants to use the bathroom or whatnot, right? The little puppy. So either Sean could let the dog out himself by like opening the door, or Daniel can let the dog out by using his telekinesis to like open the door for the dog. Because Daniel's like all the way on the other side of the room of the so so in any case, so after that happens, Daniel is getting everything together. You review, you do a little review on everything that's going on. You Daniel and stuff is a little unsure about, a little worried about seeing, like their grandparents after so long. Because the thing is with going to Mexico, which is a really stupid idea too, because Sean says that they have that his father had like a house or whatnot in Mexico. So apparently his dad has a house in Mexico. So so that's where he's trying to take them both to, even though there's no real guarantee really that does he even like still own a house or anything like that. Like at this, like for a majority of time, like it's just Sean constantly like mentioning this, but it's like I don't know what major proof you even have to do all this. So it's like, all right, whatever. Um, but in any case, uh, he goes, hey, he goes to so they get all their stuff together, and then Daniel's like, they go outside and they're like, okay, let's call Mushroom over, right? The puppy. So he's like, okay, let's call him, and well the puppy's not answering, so they're both like, Sean's like, okay, so let's split up and look for the dog, right? So they both split up, go look for the dog. Um, so at a point, as you're looking, Sean will find like a little blood trail, right? So you'll follow the blood trail behind this little like knockdown like tree that you have to get past and stuff. That's kind of like over to the side of the abandoned house. So you get past there, and then you hear Daniel. So Daniel already is where this little blood trail is leading to. And then you get there and you find Daniel is face to face with I think it's like a cougar, a mountain lion, or something. So it's definitely something you don't want to fuck around with. So they encounter that, right? And it's over the dead body of the little puppy Mushroom. So clearly the cougar, the mountain lion, or whatnot, pretty much like killed the puppy. So Daniel's obviously really mad. Um, Sean sees what's going on, and he's obviously freaking out because he's like, "Holy shit! The dog got killed by the thing," and Daniel's getting ready to pretty much like go go ham on the uh on the lion or whatnot, right? So at this point, Daniel kind of lifts the lion up in the air. So you can so at this point you could like calm Daniel down and be like, don't tear the lion apart with your telekinesis powers. Or you could just let Daniel just go ape shit on the lion. Um, since generally throughout the game, I'm trying to let Daniel not use his powers to be like a unhinged, crazy psychopath. I generally just calm him down and pretty much be like, bro, the dog is already dead. Like, what are we going to do? Like there's nothing left to do here. Um, so if you just uh calm Daniel down from using his powers, then the lion just grabs the dead body of Mushroom and then just runs off with it. If you kill the mountain lion, then you can pretty much bury Mushroom's like dead body. So, other than whether you have the dead body of the dog or not, um, it's still you still have you still have the you still have the a tiny little funeral for the dog. You still make like a makeshift like little gravestone for them and whatnot. So either way, you still do that. The only thing that really changes is kind of the dialogue of Daniel mentioning that like we should have stopped the lion to have uh to give the dog like a proper like burial, like to have a body to bury. But either way, um this is also this is also really annoying that because in the last episode, Daniel steals the dog from the racist gas station owner guy, right? And he steals the dog even though even if you make all the choices for Sean of not like stealing anything, not using Daniel to try to beg for like food from people or anything like that, he steals the dog regardless. So you steal the dog just so you can kill the dog in the second episode just just for shock value, because the dog really serves no real purpose. Because it's like, why was the dog here just to kill the dog off to try to get massive sympathy points? Because in general, people don't like it when like animals get hurt and things like that, right? Especially like dogs and things like that. So you only put the dog in there as sympathy points just for the sake of the audience. Like within the story itself, the dog serves no real purpose. Like you're just forcing a dramatic situation in there which really doesn't need it. Especially when you've already put a dramatic situation that makes sense, which is Daniel getting sick because it's winter and it's cold and everything, and clearly, you could get sick in that environment if you're not in appropriate shelter and stuff like that, which they clearly are not because they're running away. Like they're trying to get to Mexico. Initially, they're trying to get to Mexico. So you already have that. Because you already have the conflict there of Sean trying to get them to Mexico, but knowing that Daniel's sick and it's getting worse. So if he doesn't do something about it, then things can get even worser, and they're not going to be able to get to Mexico anyway with Daniel like that anyway. So him putting them at risk, being forced to put them at risk of getting like caught or something like that to get Daniel some medicine or something is already dramatic enough. Like, you don't need this added detour of having a dog there, especially when you weren't going to do anything with the dog. Because you get the dog towards the end of the first episode, and then by the beginning of episode 2 here, the dog already gets killed. So it's like, what was the purpose of the dog even being there? Because the dog only gets brought up at this point in just like random dialogue uh stuff, like in like side dialogue, or when they like like when you like read something or whatnot. So it's it's not really um the biggest thing. But in any case, so after the dog gets killed, and you have the little funeral for it, you go to where your grandparents are. So luckily you don't have to like play through them making the journey to the grandparents' house, because it pretty much just cuts to them already like approaching the front of the house. So you pretty much just have to walk to the front door and like knock on the door, ring the doorbell and stuff, and see if anyone's home. That's pretty much it. So you do that, and then you actually find out that they're actually home. And let me see, what's the I believe the grandmother's name is Claire. I believe the grandmother's name is Claire. What's the grandfather's name? The grandfather's name is Stephen. So yeah, so you meet the grandparents, Claire and Stephen. Um, they're pretty much like, oh, it's been like so long since since we've seen you, and they take tell you to come inside so you can properly talk, because they're not going to keep talking with you standing in front and at the front door. And they also notice that Daniel is clearly like has a cold, so they're like, come in so we can talk and we could get Daniel some medicine to help. So they do that. They get Daniel some change of clothes and whatnot, and they get him some medicine, and then they privately go to like the little dining room area, and they talk with Sean, and they are upfront with him of saying like we've seen what happened on the news and everything, and what the news is saying uh, about you two and what happened and stuff like that. Which initially Sean gets very like defensive, but um, they're pretty much like, calm down. We just want to hear from you, like what happened from you. So pretty much Sean pretty much tells them like what happened from his point of view, from how he feels and everything about the stuff. He also tells them about the fact that they're trying to get to Mexico and all that stuff, which they are very rightfully iffy on going to Mexico, because even there, like, it's kind of a long shot if anything you're talking about is even there, and it even works out that way. So um so the grandparents, Claire and Stephen, um I believe they excused themselves for a little bit. They talk in private. You can actually, um, well, as the game, as the player, you can kind of hear their conversation, even though I believe Sean isn't supposed to be able to hear them, because it's not like you can get Sean, stand up Sean from the chair and go over to kind of where they're at and like eavesdrop or something. But so Sean technically isn't supposed to know what they're talking about, but the player can hear what they're talking about. So pretty much, um, Stephen and Claire decide that they're gonna take the risk of taking in Sean and Daniel to live with them and stay with them. So um, pretty much they come back and pretty much tell Sean this. Um, it also turns out that Daniel was also eavesdropping, because once Sean pretty much is like, "Are you sure about this?" and like stuff like that, like pretty much like questioning if it's wise for them to uh for the grandparents to take them in and risk, you know, something happening to them or whatnot, right? So after some reassurance from the grandparents that this is like the right thing to do and stuff like that, Sean agrees that they stay. And as I said, Daniel was eavesdropping on the conversation because he immediately comes out of where he was hiding, and he's kind of excited, like, for real, we can stay here and like stuff like that. So right now the Mexico trip is pretty much like on hold right now. So now you're staying at your grandparents' house. You pretty much wake up the next morning, kind of go through like a little routine, right? So you end up kind of doing like some chores and stuff around the house. You could talk to like Claire and Steven, get a little familiar with how they are and stuff. The noteworthy thing about Claire is like one, she's a stickler for rules. Like she pretty much lays down that like, okay, if you're gonna stay here, then you have to like obviously abide by like our rules and stuff, and here's like the rules and things, and just we just ask that you follow these rules, right? Um, she doesn't come off as like really like heavy-handed with the rules or like oppressive with rules and stuff like that. Like it doesn't come off that way. Like it just comes off as like normal rules of the household. Like any like if you go over anyone else's home, clearly they are going to have their own way of doing things. So obviously, you want to follow their rules and stuff and be respectful to the home that you're a guest in. Because even though they say that they can stay, that this could be like their new home and stuff like that, you're still initially like kind of you're still a guest. Like yes, these are your grandparents and stuff, but it's not like you know them like so much and stuff like that. So you're still kind of in this like guest period. So you still need to kind of settle in to things, right? So you pretty much do that. You another little thing about Steven is um he has like a hobby of like model trains. Like he has this like really cool model train set area on that he has next to the bedrooms, because all the bedrooms are like on the second floor. So between like the grandparents' room and the and where Sean and Daniel are sleeping at, which obviously was supposed to be a guest room. Um, like they have like this model train set area there, which is really cool. You could kind of like play around with it a little bit. Because Steven lets you like try it out and stuff like that, which is pretty cool. Uh, there's also like a one of the book bag collectibles that you can find like in the model train set, like as you're playing around with it. Like if you get the train to go in a certain direction and do a certain thing, you could get like a little collectible out of it, which is pretty funny to do. Um, Also, as you're going through your day, like going through everything, right? You end up going through the first day, um, which isn't necessarily the first day, because in between these, like, there's a little bit of a time jump, not like a drastic time jump, but maybe like a couple of like after staying with your grandparents for a couple of days type of thing. So already you're starting to get used to like some of the rules and how things are done and stuff like that. Like you're already like settling in pretty much, right? So eventually throughout the day, uh, Steven calls you over to to talk to you in private for a minute. Like he has you like close the uh, his little workshop room. Like he has like a little workshop room where he like works on his models and does whatever other work he needs to do. So he has like a little room there. He calls you over to it, tells you to close the door to talk to you like in private, and he actually tells you that he's seen Daniel uh like do some weird stuff. So you can so at this point you can tell you could tell Steven your uh that that Daniel does have like these powers and stuff, or you could like still try to deny it, even though the guy already told you that he's kind of seen some things. So if he already knows, you might as well just like come clean with it, right? Because I generally like just tell Steven because it's like, bro, whatever. But yeah, he so you tell if you tell him, and he obviously takes it as a little unbelievable at first, but he does like understand how obviously Daniel having this power thing is kind of crazy, and obviously people if they know, they can react in certain like different ways. Like obviously you have like a positive reaction to it or a negative reaction to it. There will be situations later, especially when we get to episode 3, where you can see like the good and the bad of both ends of that. But yeah, so you Steven is like, okay, we're gonna keep this secret between us because we don't want to tell your grandmother Claire. We don't want to tell her this because um she has like a religious background, like a religious thing. So hearing this may set off maybe like a crisis of faith type of thing. So Steven is like, yeah, we don't want to deal with that, so we're gonna keep this between us. Um, and then pretty much Claire has already uh made some like food and everything for Sean and Daniel, so she's like calling you guys uh to come eat. So Steven is like, yeah, go get your brother and go down and go eat. Go eat. So you go down there to eat and stuff. Uh as you saw in the trailer, Claire is like doing some dishes, and you both can finish eating, and then Daniel will try to like levitate the dishes and stuff like that. So, which you can tell you could kind of like let him do it, or like try to stop him, because as you saw in the trailer, one of the things that Sean kind of stresses, and he stresses this regardless of some of the decisions that you make, is like hide your powers, right? Be cautious of using your powers in front of people. So either way, you get done with breakfast, right? And then uh you're like, okay, let's go outside. let's go like out in the backyard, right? So we go, so we get like our boots on and everything, and we get our stuff on, and then we, um, as Sean and Daniel, we go out to the backyard. So we kind of just like talk around the backyard. Uh, uh, you can kind of reaffirm the whole, you know, trying to keep a low profile and try not to attract so much attention and stuff like that. And then you wind up as you're talking, you see um, Chris, the kid from Captain Spirit, from the Captain Spirit episode. He's running in the backyard, coming trying to climb the tree house, and then he, you know, if you remember, he falls off and whatnot, and then Daniel's the one that like stops him from hitting the ground and levitates him in the air for a little bit, and then gently like puts him down onto the floor. And then Chris takes it as like he's the one that kind of has the superpowers. Which, to be fair, in the Captain Spirit episode, it's from what they show from Chris's perspective. Um, it does come off as Chris is the one that kind of awoken to some power. But then, obviously, in this episode, we come to find out that the two kids that Chris saw, that obviously saw him levitating and everything, was Sean and Daniel. So Daniel is the one that actually has the powers, and Chris is just misreading the entire situation. So in any event, um, you know, Chris is like, "Oh, you saw that and stuff," and then they're trying to like keep the cover going, so they're like, "Oh yeah, yeah, it's cool, like you kind of like floated there and whatnot." So so um so they kind of the three of them kind of introduce themselves to each other, like have a short little conversation, and then Chris's dad runs runs outside, um, pretty much like, you know, worried about Chris, like being like, oh, he was like, oh, good, you didn't get hurt or anything, nothing happened to you. Um, and then he, um, you know, and then notices that like, oh, you were talking to like these two kids, and then you could end up like talking to, and then you talk to like Chris's dad for a little bit. Um, pretty much, uh, you could pretty much tell him that like, oh yeah, we're Claire and Steven's like grandkids and whatnot, right? So he's like, oh, that's cool and stuff, and they're getting ready to like go back inside the house, Chris and his dad, and you wind up and his dad is pretty much like, oh yeah, Sean, just tell Claire um that everything's good, that everything's good, like at home and stuff and whatnot, so that way she doesn't have to worry. Which pretty much, if you haven't figured it out by now, But obviously the concerned neighbor that ended up ringing the doorbell and stuff, and that Chris can answer and talk to, turned out to be Claire. It is Claire. So so there's that connection that the Captain Spirit episode takes place in the middle of this episode, like takes place during this whole like morning routine that Sean and Daniel are having with their grandparents. So pretty much like at the same time that's happening, uh, the Captain Spirit stuff is happening. So and then they all connect to each other once Sean and Daniel go outside to uh, go out to the backyard. So in any case, you do that. You end up everyone ends up going back inside, right? And then we pretty much uh, go to the next day, right? And we pretty much go to the next day. So we wake up kind of in a similar situation, a similar thing. But for this, Sean, I believe the grandparents have already left early in the morning already, because I think they left for church or something. Because this is also around before because Christmas time is coming, so everyone's like getting ready for Christmas. So um so yeah, so right now it's just uh Daniel and Sean in the house, pretty much like to themselves. So there's a couple of things you could do here. You can you can just like look around the house and like do a couple of things. You could also make a phone call. You could use the house phone and call uh, Lila, Sean's friend Lila. You could call her, which is um, pretty nice to get a little update on how she's doing. The conversation is pretty good, a lot more lighthearted, especially if you called her before with your cell phone before you got rid of the cell phone. Uh, you could have talked to her at the end of towards the end of episode 1 also. So definitely, if you did that and then you call her here, it's it's more upbeat because it's not like the first time that you're talking to her after so long. So it's kind of nice that she's like, oh, you're getting a little update on what's going on and stuff. It could get pretty emotional because she talks about how people at school and stuff are treating her because she knows Sean and Daniel, and are pretty much like, oh, like you're friends with like killers and stuff, and they killed like a police officer and like all that stuff. So she's getting like bullied and hounded because of the fact that she knew you guys. that she was friends with you guys. So there's that. You could pretty much like encourage her and kind of talk to her about it and stuff and like lighten her spirits, which is pretty good. Which is pretty good. Like I generally do that, but there isn't but this quick phone call isn't without its consequence later. But in any case, you do that, and then you also find that Daniel has also kind of like disappeared, but but he also kind of like left a note. So he pretty much has went next door to hang out with Chris, to hang out like at Chris's house, right? Because Dan, I don't necessarily blame Daniel for, because he's a kid and obviously you want to have like friends and people around your own age that you can like kind of relate to more. So I get that. So in any case, he's at Chris's place. He's like kind of annoyed, obviously, because it's like uh you're like not laying as low as you need to, right? So you end up throwing on your some clothes and then going to Chris's house, right? And you could just go straight through the front door and stuff, or you could actually look through a window and kind of like spy on them, and you could actually see. Chris doesn't know this yet, but Daniel is using his powers to kind of reinforce um, Chris's belief that Chris is the one with the powers. So you can see that and then you can finally like knock on the door and come in, and you can like talk to Chris, and then you can talk to like Daniel a little bit in private, and if you've seen him using the powers, you can pretty much like call him out on it and be like, bro, what are you doing? Like you're making this kid believe he has like some superpower that he does not have. I was like, you don't know how bad it could be like that, and it's like, bro, you just met the kid and you're already like really really lying to him already, and it's pretty much a dangerous lie too, because as we said, he believes he has like this big superpower. But yeah, um so he does that, and then he could you could pretty much tell Daniel that you can either keep going on with Daniel's lie and keep making Chris believe that he has powers, or you can tell Daniel to like come clean with the kid and be like, initially we obviously don't want to go around telling people that you have superpowers, but you've already kind of like Daniel already kind of like fucked that option out already, because Daniel does all this regardless of what you've done. So yet again, another small example of Daniel doing things that contradict the lessons and stuff that you're teaching him, or he's supposed to be observing you do. So either way, he's um so I traditionally want to like come clean with the kid, like let's not keep this lie going on for a lot longer because it can cause an issue, and it technically does cause an issue later, but we'll get to it when it starts to happen. It's more of an issue that happens towards the end of the episode. But either way, you you uh after you done that interaction, after hanging out with Chris a little bit, Daniel, not Daniel, Sean, not Sean. There's a lot of kids here. Chris's dad comes over, and he's like, Chris, you want to come with me to go pick up a Christmas tree, to go pick out a Christmas tree, right? Um, and pretty much, you can, Chris's dad kind of invites you both to be like, oh, do you want to come along with us to go pick a Christmas tree? Initially, so here you can pretty much like support going or not. I believe it doesn't necessarily matter because I believe you go with them regardless anyway. Because the main hang up is that Sean is just worried that the grandparents are gonna come over and then find out that they're missing, and like get worried or and stuff like that, like cause like a big problem. But either way, you go with them to go to the little Christmas tree shop to get the Christmas tree. So when you get there, Chris and his dad go off to go pick up a tree, to go pick out a tree. Uh, Daniel's kind of like wandering around, and then you can like wander around and look around at the area. They have like a little shop area where they're like selling where there's like selling like little things, like little souvenirs, little knickknacks and things like that. You can if you have some money, you could like buy like Daniel a little like Christmas present or something. You could also steal a Christmas present, but either way, it doesn't necessarily matter. Uh, and then you can encounter uh, you kind of saw her in the trailer. This girl with like what was it, pink purple hair, like dyed hair, right? Um, let me see what hair. No, no. Okay, so it is like kind of like purple hair, but yeah, you meet her, and that's and her name is Cassidy. So you meet her. A she's pretty much like a homeless like drifter. Like she kind of like drifts around, and she kind of like sings. She like sings and performs to like make a little money, right? So you could like hear her, like you could like stand around and hear her like sing a song and stuff while playing a guitar at the same time. And you can like give her like some, like give her some change and like stuff like that, and kind of start like a conversation with her. As you saw in the trailer, she could kind of like tease you and be like, as she said in the trailer, like, oh, you got a little crush on me or something. Like she could like tease you a little bit, and then you could kind of like get to know her a little bit and be like, oh, what like what do you do? Do you live around here and stuff like that? And she pretty much like tells you like, no, I'm kind of like a little drifter. Like we like train hop and stuff around the place, around the like country and stuff, and do like little odd jobs and like things like that. Like as we travel around, and she's doing that with like other people, and then you also get to meet one of the people because as you're talking with Cassidy, eventually a friend of hers, Finn, this guy Finn, comes over, and he's pretty much like, oh, look at you, like chatting up with like uh this kid and like stuff like that, and you're like talking. um you So as you're talking with Cassidy and Finn, what was it? Daniel sees y'all talking, and then he kind of like comes into the conversation to talk with Cassidy and Finn also. So they all start uh, talking to each other and whatnot, and then one of the guys, I don't know, this guy who I think maybe one of the little vendors there, or maybe like he's in charge of the little vending area and like and like Christmas tree selling thing, comes in, starts like spouting out like y'all get out of here and whatnot. You're like ruining like the business and whatnot. Like y'all little like homeless like moocher people, like get out of here and stuff. And then he starts getting a little racy, even though Cassidy and Finn are like two like white kids. So he's getting like a little racy, talking about like walls and stuff like that. So, which is like, all right, whatever. But so pretty much to avoid escalating the situation, Cassidy and Finn are just like, all right, let's go. Um, Also, as a funny little like reference, Finn and Cassidy also have like a dog that they travel with. So, and it's not like a puppy, but it's an actual like grown dog that they travel with. So they end up leaving so that way they don't like start a fight, because things were starting to get heated to a point where like a fight may start to happen. So they avoid that, get away from that, and they're like, and Cassidy and Finn are like, hey, Sean, Daniel, if we ever get to see you again, like it'll be cool if we like hang out and stuff, right? So they leave, they're done. After the whole after that whole like incident, um, what was it? Chris and Chris and his dad finally get a Christmas tree. They finally get a Christmas tree, and they're about like we're about to go back, right? To go back to home. So they end up back home and whatnot. Everything's cool. The grandparents never came back while they were gone. So nobody's getting in trouble or anything like that. So they're pretty much like when they get back, it's like, okay, let's me and Daniel and me have to get back home because we don't want to be gone when our grandparents come back. So then but Sean and Chris's dad have a little like private moment. You could actually like talk to him and have a little one-on-one talk about him like being an alcoholic and him letting the grief of losing his wife and stuff like let it drag him down and stuff and be like you're letting this uh like hurt your son because it's not having a positive effect on Chris, even though overall Chris is pretty like positive and stuff. But it's also the fact of he's a kid, so he doesn't necessarily understand how much of a serious issue his father has. Like he knows like there's a problem, but he's still like a kid, so he doesn't fully understand that his father has like big problems that he needs to address and try to fix and make better. So Sean and Chris's dad can have like a heart to heart talk about that. And you could you could like encourage him to confront his issues and stuff, which is what I necessarily do uh for him. He takes it pretty well too. So it's not like he gets like uber mad at you or like is in extreme denial and stuff. Like um he knows that he needs help, but when anyone's dealing with like severe like depression issues for whatever reason, and on top of having that lead to like some addiction issues, like the drinking and stuff, it's hard to stop yourself. So at least you can try to like give him some encouragement and stuff like that. So that's done. And then you so then you get back home and then you can um you finished off the day pretty much, and then now you can go into like the next day, right? And um and the grandparents are like gone again, like they went out to go do something again, right? I don't know if it's like church again or whatever, but the point is they're not at the house, they're not there. So what ends up happening is uh, Daniel has started he's kind of brought it up a little bit here and there, but now it becomes like a full blown kind of obsession is he wants to know more about their mother and like why like kind of like why she left and things like that, which obviously has only like grown more obsessive since uh um since the fact that they're living with their mother's parents. They also find that there is a room uh that is locked, that they're that the room that they're staying in is like next door to, and that room used to be their mom's room when she was growing up, and the room is like locked. You could also earlier, when the grandparents were around, you could kind of bring it up to them, but Claire just really doesn't want to like talk about talk about it and whatnot, right? Like she doesn't want to talk about it. So clearly, it's a touchy subject for her. So so Daniel wants to know. So Daniel wants to know like what's in the room. Like why is the room locked? What are they hiding? And so he wants to get in the room. So now, even though Sean doesn't necessarily want to, because he vehemently does not really give a shit about his mother, because he was already old enough when she decided to up and leave them, that he was able to like experience like the hurtful stuff of that and see how that affected their dad and like all that stuff. Cause Daniel was still like young, like he was still, I think he was still like pretty much like still a baby, around like baby age. So because he can barely even remember like his mother or anything at this point, at that point. So it's more for Daniel. It's more of like an obsessive curiosity, pretty much, that he just needs to like know. Like there's no real point for him to know. Like it doesn't really serve any big purpose for him to know anything here. Um, Even though they're gonna try to make it have a purpose, but we'll get to that eventually. But either way, so Sean is pretty much forced to find a way into this room. Like you can't avoid it, because even if you don't want to help Daniel do get into the room, he'll pretty much use his powers to like bust down the door anyway. So it's like it doesn't necessarily matter. So either way, if you find, because you could spend some time to stealthily like find the key to the room and stuff, and like get into the room without like breaking locks or anything like that, right? So you get in there, you find that some of your mom's stuff is like packaged up into some boxes, and there's still like some stuff that's still there, her childhood like bed is still there, the dresser and stuff. Like some of the stuff is still in like in supposed to be like in a condition like as their mom like left it when she when I presume she ended up like getting married and stuff to Esteban, and started her own family and stuff with him. But either way, her room is like in that condition, so you can start like looking around and try to get like a feel for how like your mom's personality was, and this and that. And then you also find that your mom was having like feelings of like being like oppressed with like all the rules and stuff she had to follow and things like that, and wanting to be like free and wanting to leave. And who does that kind of remind me of? Kind of reminds me of two people in particular. I can't put my finger on it. Who does that remind me of? But either way, yeah. So your mom wanted to leave and this and that. Also, more importantly, among your mom's things, you could also find a a recent letter that was sent to your grandparents from your mom herself, pretty much explaining that she also heard about the news of what happened with Esteban and all that stuff, and that Sean and Daniel are on the run and things like that. So in the letter, she's like, I already know like what's happening, and she's like, I know I don't deserve to ask you for a favor or anything, right? To ask you for anything. But if my sons, Sean and Daniel, if my sons come to you for help or anything, to please look after them and like take care of them, right? So that's what so now you also understand too uh why your grandparents were pretty okay with wanting you to like stay with them and try to keep you safe and stuff, because they've already, before Sean and Daniel even got to their house, they already pretty much like kind of uh initially made the decision that they're going to honor your mom's request, because at the end of the day, it's like whatever problems they have with your mom, right? It shouldn't affect how they treat their grandkids. because it's not like the grandkids did anything. So hurting the grandkids is not really gonna hurt. Is not gonna hurt your mom. Their mom. It's more just gonna hurt the kids. The kids are just gonna suffer. But so clearly they're not gonna do that. So they're going. So they honor her wish and whatnot. Clearly. So you discover all that, and then you've also read this. You've also pretty much like read this letter to like Daniel, because it's kind of like you and Daniel are kind of going over this letter together. So after you've done that, the grandparents come into the room and they're like, what the heck? Why are you in here? And like stuff like that. And you can kind of like confront them about it and like stuff like that. And then Sean can kind of say like all the rules and all that stuff, and being kind of like a stickler for rules and things like that. But yet again, it's like they didn't really drive that point home throughout this episode, because one, the grandparents were barely in the episode, because they get introduced, and then you have the one day that you spend like getting to know them a little bit, and then for the rest of the days that you're in their house, they're pretty much gone. So it's like all you do is get a little bit. You just get to know them just a little bit, and then they just poof away for the rest of the episode, and then they come in at towards the very end here, because we're about to finish up the episode already. Is they they so after that little confrontation, Steven Steven just doesn't want to hear it. So Steven leaves the room, right? And meanwhile, Claire is still there, and Claire getting uh is getting upset and things like that. Rightfully so, because it's like, why the fuck did you go? Like, you didn't need to go into the room, like, at all. So pretty much Daniel is just causing a problem just for dramatic effect, because there was really no point in this big confrontation happening. Like, you could have easily handled this situation a lot better by talking with the grandmother and kind of having a relatable moment between the two of you, and coming to some understanding, and kind of convincing her to let you go into the room. Like, doing this whole roundabout sneaky shit for no reason was kind of like, you're just forcing some drama in here for no reason. Plus, it's really for no reason, because it doesn't have a real effect on how this episode is going to end. So as they're, having like their issue, right? They end up getting distracted, because Steven ends up yelling, right? And you go, to investigate where the screaming's coming from, and it turns out he went to his little workshop area, and they set this up earlier when Sean uh, was having like a private talk with Steven, because initially before he starts having that private conversation with you, he like asks for your help to be like, oh, I need like this thing to help me repair this thing on the model, right? And it's in like this cabinet, and you have to go open the cabinet and get the thing out. And then when you open the cabinet has like a bum leg, so the cabinet, it doesn't take much for the cabinet to kind of like tip over. So so they have like a couple of things like on the leg to kind of like even out the cabinet so that way it stays up. But it's a really wonky like foundation. So because it almost falls on Sean when you're going to get the thing, and then Steven has to get up and like help you like push it back into place so that way it doesn't completely like fall over. And Steven mentions like Claire's always telling me to fix this thing, but I keep like getting distracted by something else, right? So now that setup kind of comes back here because that cabinet pretty much fell on top of Steven. So Steven's like pinned underneath the cabinet. So what you do now is pretty much you're all trying to like lift up the cabinet so that way Steven can get out from under it, right? So at this point um, you can all three of you can help lift up the cabinet, and then Steven can kind of like scooch his way out from underneath the cabinet, right? Or you can have Daniel levitate the cabinet back up so that way it's off of Steven. So pretty much the consequences of either or is pretty much if all of you are lifting the cabinet, right? You end up Steven ends up like kind of like breaking an ankle or something. He pretty much like injures his leg, right? But if Daniel is able to levitate it, then pretty much his leg isn't really like too badly injured. And most importantly, since Claire is in the room, Claire finds out that Daniel has powers. Which initially she's kind of in shock about, but she gets over it pretty quickly in record time, though. Mainly because, you used your powers to help Steven because, obviously your grandparents love each other very much, so you saving him from getting like a worse injuries or anything, like obviously she's extremely grateful for that. And then after you do that situation, you get ringing at the doorbell, and it turns out it's the police. Either way, like the local police or like the sheriff or whatnot. Like either way, it's some law enforcement officers are ringing the doorbell because they're announcing who they are and stuff because nobody's answering, and they're pretty much like, hey, it's the police and stuff. We if anyone's home, we just want to ask you some questions and stuff like that. So pretty much Steven and Claire are pretty much like, okay, you two get get out of here. like you two gotta run. Like you guys gotta get out of here, right? So now they have to continue their trip to Mexico. So now the trip to Mexico is back on now because they can't stay here now. They gotta leave. Because now if the police are starting to look around and stuff, they can't be there because their grandparents can't go with plausible deniability now. So they leave. They have like a little heart, like obviously like Daniel's upset that he has to leave and all that stuff. So they get all their book bags. They get like whatever they can take with them. They quickly get their stuff. Claire goes to the front door to answer the door for the cops, and pretty much like distracts them long enough that Daniel and Sean are able to sneak out pretty much, right? So as they're doing that, uh, Chris can see them, and depending on what you've done with your interactions with Chris, especially if you've told him the truth about the powers, or you continue to lie to him, what happens here during your escape can be very different. If you've told him about your powers, then he kind of calls you over and is like, you guys are like need to get out of here, right? You need to leave. There's a like shortcut, like a little like this little like hidden like pathway that you can take to get like out of town, and nobody like the police won't follow you or anything like that. Like you'll be able to get away. If you didn't tell him your powers, then a couple of different things can happen. Like initially, Chris won't be cautious enough to call you like over and tell you about like a secret path that you can get away from. You'll end up like trying to leave towards like the main like little road area, and one of the cops will see you, and the cop is in a car, so when he sees you, he starts driving towards you. So the car ends up coming, and then Chris can get in the way of the car, like go out like fully in front of the car, like he's in full like Captain Spirit costume and all that stuff. He'll come in, he'll like go in front of the car. This is if you lied to him. So he gets in front of the car because he believes that he has powers. So if you if Daniel if you've convinced Daniel to keep hiding his powers, then by this point, then in this interaction, he'll when the car is coming and then it sees, Chris jump in front of it, then the cop is trying to turn on the brakes and stuff and trying to stop the car. So Daniel, if he's convinced not to show off his powers, right, enough, then he won't use his powers, and the car, you don't see the car do this, but the car will hit Chris in this situation. Like you don't see the car hitting the kid, but you pretty much see the reactions of Daniel and Sean. So then, or if you were letting Daniel kind of like use his powers every now and then enough, then instead of Chris getting hit by the car, Chris will try to use his powers, right? And then Daniel will use his powers to like move the car like away from him so that way he doesn't get hit. And then obviously Chris will continue to believe that he has some sort of power. But yeah, he'll so either way, even if Chris gets hit, he does not he doesn't get killed. Like, he doesn't get run over by the car. He gets hit by the car, yeah. But since the car was already in the process of stopping and putting on the brakes, it didn't hit him like at full speed or anything. So he did get hurt, but he doesn't get severely hurt. But yeah. But for us, we told him about the powers, so that whole situation didn't even happen, and we escaped secretly through the pathway that Chris tells us of. So either way, you escape from the cops, right? And you end up hitching a ride on a freight train, so that way you can go. So you go on a freight train, and you pretty much continue. You make your way towards Mexico, right, to leave. And that's pretty much where the episode ends. Another, it's not so bad here, but when they do it in every episode, it starts getting really annoying. Is even the other games did it, but not to this annoyingly degree. Is in the beginning of each episode, once you finish the first episode and then you do the next episodes, the episodes usually start with like a previously on, and they do like a little recap and stuff about some of the major moments pretty much that happened throughout the previous episodes. In this, instead of a montage of scenes from the episodes, they do it in a metaphorical like drawing scenario where Sean and Daniel are portrayed like as wolves, and people and stuff are other people and stuff are also portrayed as like different animals and things. So it's the recap stuff is like framed like almost like a storybook type of thing. Which is creatively like cool on how they're like stylizing the whole like previously on stuff. But every episode recaps everything over the course of every single other episode. So the previously on part starts getting longer and longer and longer as it goes on. Hold on a minute. Oh, okay. So yeah, just a little bit of an annoying thing like that does. It doesn't factor in. I just bring it up, but it doesn't factor into my to any overall like rating or anything. To the episodes. So it's not that it's nothing that happens to the detriment of of any of the episodes or anything. So, because if that was the case, then I would have knocked, because at the end of every episode too, they also have like a short little like preview of what's gonna happen in the next episode. Because if I was gonna knock points or points off of these episodes, then all the other episodes would have also gotten points knocked off, especially for the for the uh the previews to the next episodes. Because sometimes those previews for the next episodes, they show situations that don't necessarily happen in the exact way that the preview kind of shows. Because when those certain situations come up in the actual episodes, it's completely different. It's handled completely differently than what the preview shows. So, so if I was gonna knock points off, I would knock like every episode's points off for those previews, because most of them are flat out just lying to you about like what the situation is that you're going to see in the next episode. So I don't even hold that against any of these episodes either. So in any case, uh, with that, where's episode 2 at? Oh, there it is. With any case, I give episode 2 a C. I give it a C because I do agree with the overall sentiment of the fan base that episode 2 is kind of the uh like the low point of Life is Strange 2 pretty much. So like from a perspective, it's kind of like, all right, it's just like there's not much going on, and there's like it's very limited as to what's happening. So also this sets up a trend that you start to notice here is we're setting up characters. We spend time setting up characters in these episodes, and then because the overall plot of the game is this kind of like road trip type of scenario where you're not staying in one place, and every episode kind of has you moving around to like different locations, right? Or a different location. Because episode 1 you were pretty much like traveling to a couple of different locations, and then episode 2 you were in the abandoned house for like the beginning of it, and then for the rest of the game you're pretty much for the rest of the episode you're pretty much in your grandparents' house for like the rest of the thing. You're either in like that tiny little neighborhood, you're in your grandparents' house, you're in like Chris's house for a little bit, and then the little Christmas tree like shop that you go to, and then that's pretty much it. So But since you're doing that, since you're like traveling around, characters get introduced and then they disappear and then they're gone. Because it was the same thing with Brody in the first game. I mean, in the first episode, you got to know him. You spent a good amount of time with him towards like the towards about the second half of the first episode. Like you spend some good amount of time with Brody and stuff, and then he's pretty much gone. Like he's just gone. You do get a little bit of references to him. Like when you're in your grandparents' house, you could go to the computer, your grandfather's computer that he has set up in his little repair shop, and you can uh, like look at Brody's like little blog that he told you about, and like see like some of the articles and stuff he's been writing and stuff like that. So you get like a little reference to him, and then Lila from the beginning of the first episode, you get that little phone call from her towards the end of the first episode that you can do, and then you get the other phone call in the second episode here that you can also do. But these things are chosen. Like you don't have to do some of this stuff, or you don't, or you can entirely miss all of this. So it's not necessarily like uh the biggest thing. It can also make you feel worse because for you it just seems like they just dropped off the face of the earth because you don't know that there are these certain interactions that you can do. So but in any case, also, just so you know, the grandparents and Chris and his dad, they are pretty much just like Brody. They're pretty much gone from the rest of this from the rest of the game. Like they're pretty much gone. Like they're not really gonna show up necessarily. They may be talked about, but it's not like you're gonna hear from them or anything really. So they're pretty much gone. So so that's where this kind of sets up the the expectation, because the frustrating part about this game that becomes very clear by the end of the second episode here is every episode kind of restarts itself. Like you get into a trend of every episode uh Sean and Daniel find some new people, some new characters. They get to know some characters. Um, Stuff happens. The episode's over, and then all those characters that you got to know, that you were getting to know, are pretty much gone. And then in the next episode, we just rinse and repeat and set up some other characters that are also going to be gone for the next episode, and pretty much that's the frustrating thing about for me about the game overall is you set up some interesting characters that I would like to spend more time with, but after the episode's over, they're just gone. So it's like, what are we? It's like, why should I get invested in these characters and their dynamic and stuff with Sean and Daniel and all that stuff if they're just gonna be gone? Like it feels like you're wasting time. So that clearly becomes the setup, and it becomes an issue that they start that's heavily becomes an issue from this point onwards. They are gonna try. They do try to kind of address this problem, but they don't address it enough. Like, they do start to introduce certain characters that show up in like one episode and then they'll show up again in like the next episode afterwards, and you get a little bit of some meaningful character development for everybody with that, but it's very limited. In certain cases, it's literally like one character, and then in the most cases, it's and then in most cases it's one character, and then in one particular case, it's two. But yeah, with that, it's still not enough. It's still not enough to fix that issue. Excuse me. And in this next episode, you in this next episode, this issue is the worst that it gets for this episode. Like, it really is the worst that it gets for this upcoming episode. And the episode I'm talking about is episode 3 that we're about to discuss here. So in any event, this is where episode 2 is. And now, where's episode 3? There we go.
Peggy.
And then here's episode 3 now. So let's get a little refresher as to what's going to be going on in episode 3 here.
18.
Once upon a time, in a wild, wild world. Ready when you are, young master. Daniel, that's amazing.
How do you feel with us misfits? Come on!
I actually feel free.
This place is great for inspiration.
To your next adventure.
How long are we gonna stay here? It's been like a month.
I know, but we need more money to get to Portolos.
Hey, pipe down back there. We're late. Come on, what are you waiting for?
There are dozens of hippies like yourselves begging for work in the next town, so move it.
I feel like I'm in prison.
That's it. Enough. You're being a brat.
Leave me alone! Wish I could have a normal life.
You okay, mijo?
I think about what happened. I just want to rage.
On the ground, now!
I miss Dad.
I'm so sorry, Daniel.
You can't change the past, so you just gotta focus on what's next. Oh, you're awesome!
Is Sean jealous?
No. Just want him to be safe.
Just try to be there for him.
The more you try and control him,
Stop, Daniel. Hey!
Your face!
the less you have.
I said stop!
Don't grab me!
Don't pull a kid into your stupid crap.
Your brother needs a lesson. You all need a lesson.
What are you doing? It's my power, not yours.
What the?
I'm not a kid anymore.
I'm just going
Okay. So, as you can see, we the two characters that we brought back that had a short little cameo in episode 2 is Cassidy and Finn, the two little drifters. But yeah, they so so the beginning of this episode 3 here is um is this where they do the flashback thing? I think this is where they do the flashback thing. Cause there's like a flashback moment where you're in where you're back at home and you have like a little interaction with excuse me, with Daniel and your dad. So it's like a little bit of a flashback of you guys like interacting and uh like talking and having like some moments and stuff with them, right? Um, they so you have this little flashback, and then once it's over, you pretty much uh you pretty much wake up in a tent. So you wake up inside a tent. You get your stuff together, and you wind up you get some like pants on. You get a little bit of some stuff on so you can step outside. And when you step outside, um, when you step outside, it's a little shocking because you meet um because you meet uh the rest of meet the rest of like the drifter community that Cassidy and Finn are a part of, and you meet one particular girl who her name is Hannah, and she's the first. As soon as you get out of the tent, she's the first of the new characters that you talk to a little bit, and she severely makes an impression the first time you see her because she walks up uh, pretty much naked from the waist up. So she has like her tits in full display for like everybody to see, which she doesn't really give two shits about it. I think Sean, because it's implied that Sean and Daniel have been with these group of people now for like a little while. So Sean doesn't really make a big deal about it, but because she says she's going off to take I believe to take a shower because they have like their makeshift put together like little shower area that people can use. But in any case, um, for me, I was when I first played this, I was completely shocked that there was any blatant nudity in any of these Life is Strange games, because I was never expecting like something like that to like happen, and it's extremely noticeable. Like, it's not like they completely zoom in like on her to show her chest, her naked chest, but the camera's framed in a way where it's not like you don't notice. It's not like it's not obvious. And plus, it's like it's framed that way the whole time you're talking to her in this short conversation here. Um, so in any case, they do. You finish talking with her, and then you're pretty much doing your chores, like, because everybody has to pull their own weight in this little community that they have going on. So everybody got to pull their weight. So he has to do his part. So he does some. So you do some chores. Daniel is already doing some chores, and then as Hannah's taking a shower or whatnot, right? You can also get to meet some of the other new characters of this community. There's let's see, there's this guy named Penny, who is I believe Penny is looking for somebody. I think you can find out that he's looking for someone. But overall, he's a nice enough guy. He's all right. One of the more important new characters, which doesn't seem important, but he kind of becomes important later, is this kind of like quiet guy. Like, he's more quiet and nervous out of all of the other guys, of the other people in this little drifter community we have here, who's named Jacob. And he's someone that initially isn't all that interesting, but you do learn a little bit more about him, where he has a family, and he was I don't know if you find out. Well, you find out that he has a sister, like, back at home with his parents and stuff, and that he like ran away and stuff. But he's still like very worried about his like sister and making sure his sister is good and whatnot. You don't necessarily get into why he left. You kind of find out later, but you're not going to find out here. But it is a very interesting conversation for later. And you also get to know this. You get to know a little bit of this couple. What was it? The lady's name is Ingrid, and the guy's name is Anders, I believe. I guess that's how you pronounce it. But yeah, his so these are the people that you get to know, the new people that you get to know. And then obviously, as you're getting to know them, you also run into Cassidy. So you get reintroduced to Cassidy. She could, if you interacted with her in when you were at the picking out the Christmas tree, when you were in that area, then she'll bring up like the interaction that y'all like had and stuff, and she finds it like surprising and stuff that you that y'all were able to like meet up and stuff. You kind of pretty much how they re-met each other, because they kind of say this in like passing, is because I mentioned at the end of the second episode, Sean and Daniel end up hopping on some freight trains to hitch rides to get closer and closer to Mexico. So pretty much the implication is, because Cassidy and Finn, when they were leaving during their interaction in the second episode, they do mention that they also hitch rides on trains and stuff to get to place, right? On freight trains specifically, right? So obviously the implication is that as Daniel and Sean were hopping like freight trains and stuff in between episodes, that they eventually like ran into like Cassidy and Finn and whatnot, and pretty much that's how they got like introduced and pretty much got to know this like this little like drifter community here. So after doing that, you initially go. So now you're like, okay, I got to, the player got to be introduced to the new people. You got reintroduced to Cassidy. So now you're like, okay, where's Daniel? So you find out that Daniel is off with Finn. Like him and Finn are out like hanging out. So you're like, okay, where are they? And they're like, oh, they're like over there. I saw them over here by the lake area, because there's like a lake close by the little drifter camp that you guys have set up here. So you go towards the lake, and then they're not at the lake, but they're in like this open area that's in between the camping area and the lake area. So they're there, and they're pretty much Finn is teaching Daniel how to throw a knife, how to like throw a knife like that, like a little like kind of like one of those little like switchblade knives or whatnot, or like a little knife where you can like throw it like a dart, pretty much. So he's teaching him how to do that. He has like a target set up on a tree and stuff, and is like doing that. So you run into them. You get reintroduced to Finn again. You can talk to Daniel, and pretty much Sean is like noticing that like you're not really good at throwing the knife. What you're doing is you're throwing the knife and you're using your powers to make sure that the knife hits the target. Finn doesn't notice any of this, so he's doing it in a way where Finn doesn't notice what he's doing. So, but Sean can clearly, at this point, can tell when Daniel is like subtly using his powers and things like that. So So you can like privately like call him out on that and like stuff like that. And then regardless of what you've chosen and stuff up until this point, no matter how you've treated Daniel up until this point, you could have treated Daniel the best way you can possibly treat Daniel. In this episode, a running issue is Daniel, for whatever reason, is dick riding Finn so hard and is just giving like Sean the cold shoulder, like just flippantly, like not paying attention to him really and stuff. Like throughout this episode, Daniel has like constant like mood swings where in some instances he's, regardless of what you do, in some instances he's nice to Sean, and then in other instances he's just being like a downright like dick and asshole for whatever reason. And he's just like dick riding Finn, and it's like, bruh, what the fuck happened in between this to where like Finn is the bestest friend you've ever had and stuff, and is like you don't really get that. It's like for whatever reason Daniel just really likes Finn or whatnot. One of the weirdest examples of just forcing this divide between Sean and Daniel, which, as I said, doesn't make any sense, especially if you've treated Daniel like really well throughout this. Like, even if you've spoiled the hell out of him, he still like does all this, and it's like what the hell. Daniel had this what was it, like watch, which this watch that like Sean like gave him, and it's of something that Daniel like really likes. So he's supposed to like really like the watch. Which in the flashback scene earlier, they kind of establish the whole watch thing, just so they could bring it up here, where when Sean woke up, Daniel like left the watch in their tent, like he's not even bothering to wear it. And then and Sean could be kind of like sad about it, and then when you find Daniel with Finn, you could privately like ask him about like oh, why you're not wearing the watch type of thing. And then Daniel can make some type of, I forget what stupid excuse he like makes, but it's just like all these things to just make Daniel like a real asshole for no reason. Like it just makes him it makes him a real like dick. But yeah, because even Cassidy brings it up later, like as you saw in the trailer, where Cassidy is like, "Oh, is Sean jealous or something?" So like we're just driving like this jealousy angle for like some reason. You could play into it, or you could just totally disregard it. For me, I like disregard it. I'm not even gonna play into this whole stupid jealousy thing. So at the very least, I could completely avoid that whole plot line by not even feeding into it, so it doesn't really matter. So after you've already, plus you also like tell Daniel like you're supposed to, yet again, you're supposed to keep your powers low. Like people aren't supposed to be knowing about your powers. You're kind of putting yourself into a situation where a bunch of people are going to find out. And yeah, we've known these people for a little bit, but it's not like we've trusted them enough to reveal something this big to them. So you putting your powers out there and trying to be sneaky with it is not helping. But either way, you at this point you get you hear this you kind of hear like this car horn, and then you all have to go back to camp, and then you find that everyone is like getting together to leave and go, and you find that this guy has come to pick you all up, named Big Joe, and he's like a stereotypical like asshole kind of guy, and he's picking you up because all of you work on a weed farm. So you pretty much like so you all pretty much like pick weed and then you clean it up and like clip it up and whatnot, so that way it could all be sold and all that stuff. So you're pretty much on this weed farm, and that's how you all earn like money. And the main reason why Sean and Daniel are still here is because of this weed farming job. Because they're like, oh, we found a way to earn some money. So Sean's plan is to stay here and do this as long as they can to try to earn enough money, so that way they could more easily get to Mexico. Because specifically, like the trailer mentioned, they're trying to get to like this Mexican town named Puerto Lobos. So that's where supposedly like his dad has the house and stuff and whatnot that they're trying to get to. So so you go to this weed farm. So you all go to the weed farm. Cassidy brings up the jealousy thing, which you can play into or not, whatever. Also, this is also kind of where you start to begin of having a romance options. So this is the episode where you have your romance options. And I will also say, this is the only episode where you have romance options. And the only time your romance actually does anything is within this episode. So if anyone wants to talk about rushed romances, you can point to this episode as a prime example of like rushed romance. Like at least in Before the Storm, like yeah, the Rachel Chloe romance kind of started up in episode 1, but the romance itself didn't really get solidified until episode 2 during the Tempest play, and then after the Tempest play where you actually get like the kissing option and stuff like that. In this, you run through all those steps. Like you get through the kissing option and everything. You get through all of that in this one episode. with whoever you choose to be your romance option. And just like the original Life is Strange, you get two romance options. You get, as was very hinted at, Cassidy is one romance option, and the other romance option is very awkwardly Finn. So you could have your so as always you have your hetero romance option, and then you have your gay or lesbian romance option, right? So that's where you have with Cassidy and Finn. For me, in this situation, I usually go with Cassidy, mainly because Cassidy is the most laid back, uh, like level headed, um, like of the two. Finn is more. Finn comes off more as the stereotypical like pothead guy, because even the way he talks is very stereotypical like pothead dude, which is already a turnoff for me, because unless we're in like a comedy, unless it's intentionally supposed to be like a comedic thing, I can't really stand like stereotypical like pothead type of thing. And in this game, it's supposed to be like more serious. So trying to be serious and having that voice kind of uh kind of just rubs me the wrong way, and is like I can't really take you seriously. Even though the game wants me to, I just can't. Um you actually get to know like Finn and Cassidy a little bit more, like kind of like why they left the like left their homes for reasons, and like stuff like that. Also, most importantly too, the main reason I don't treat Finn wouldn't want to treat Finn as a romance option anyway is because there's something that happens towards the end of this episode. No matter what you do, Finn is just going to do something extremely stupid that just completely is like ruins any romantic relationship potential that he could have right out the window. So it doesn't. So even that is like even if I wanted to romance you, it doesn't change the fact that you're gonna eventually do this really stupid shit here, and that's kind of like gonna put a big severe damper on any relationship that we even could potentially have. So in any case, you get to the weed farm. Uh, you meet the owner of this weed farm by the name of Merrill, and he's kind of a hard ass. But you can also have like a little bit of a little bit of a private conversation with him, because Merrill does kind of call Sean over and talk to him a little bit, and he does give you a little bit of personal backstory to him himself, and also concern about having like Daniel around, because he's like, this is a really like young kid, and him being around this environment is not really the wisest thing. So Meryl showing like genuine, like even being a hard, him being a hard ass is more of this is just business type of thing. But him showing genuine concern about like Daniel and stuff is more personal, and is a little bit, gives Meryl a little bit of layers to him. Not many, because he's not gonna stick around long enough for that. But it gives him a little bit of enough to be like, all right, he's not that bad. His bodyguard, like enforcer guy though, Big Joe, he's just straight up a stereotypical like asshole guy. Like he's just a straight up asshole in every interaction that he has, either with you or any of the other Drifter camp members. Like he's just a straight up asshole with all of you. So you get together and you all get like paired off into whatever groups to do whatever job. And Daniel, Sean, Cassidy, and Hannah. I think it's just them four. Or there may be like some other people, but those are like the main four that I remember. They get paired off to go do weed trimming. So they already packed some weed. So they already not packed some weed. They have already like cut up some weed and gathered some weed together. So now they have it in the. So now you go inside like a building to sit around and like clip off all like the useless parts of the weed plant, and just leaving the parts that you can use and just putting them in another pile. So taking them out of a pile, clipping them, and then putting them in another pile. So you go to do that, and that's your job. And ooh, my knees. I gotta stretch my knees a little bit. So now you have to, in gameplay terms, you have to actually press buttons and everything and do like a little quick time event of grabbing the weed, clipping it, and putting it in the pile. Like you have to actively do all that. And while you're doing all that, you're also having like conversations with like Hannah and Cassidy and stuff, and you have to like do the little interactive like dialogue choices where like some dialogue pops up in real time, and you have a certain amount of time to like reply if you want to and stuff like that. So, and you're doing this all while you're clipping the weed. So it's like this giant clusterfuck of a bunch of shit going on here. And the only thing that really like gets taken away here is Hannah and Cassidy have a little bit of a like butting heads type of thing, like disagreements on how they all handle different things and whatnot. Like kind of like a roommate type of scenario, where sometimes if you're like roommates with people, you may butt heads or something from time to time. That's kind of like what's going on here. So you could have that happen while you're doing whatever, right? While you're doing that. And then and then you can you can get you can get a little bit of scenarios where if you're trying to shoot for like Cassidy being your love interest, you kind of get like those moments where you kind of like improve your relationships with your relationship levels with like Cassidy and stuff like that through this section also. So once you're done with the job, you're done with your session. Y'all pretty much leave, go back to your camp, and then from here, uh, you can kind of like help. Uh, you could help like Daniel do some chores and stuff. You could do like a little bit of stuff. Which yet again is kind of like the little mood swings that Daniel has, where he's kind of like nice and then kind of an asshole. So he could kind of help out with the chores, and then he can offer to help you with the chores. But him helping you with the chores also kind of involve him using your powers to kind of help you. So it's kind of up to you whether you want his help or not. And then you can Daniel can ask you, can we do a little bit of training, so we can do some training, right? So y'all can go to the lake area pretty much, right? You make sure no one's around, and then pretty much you can like test Daniel on like, okay, let's see how much your powers like have progressed and like stuff like that, right? So you can have him like lift like you saw in the trailer, he could lift this big old like tree trunk like out of the water and like stuff like that. Which is also really, really, really dumb and stupid because Daniel is a real big asshole during this, and pretty much like for me, he doesn't say it outright, but it is heavily implied where Daniel is like, look how strong I am. If I wanted, I could take this tree trunk and like dump the tree trunk on your fucking head. Pretty much. And then as you saw in the trailer, he like just drops it back in the water and kind of like pouty face walks off type of thing. So you pretty much do that, and then you pretty much like get ready, go to sleep type of thing, right? And you have this little montage moment where you no, you go to night. I'm trying to figure out what the events specifically are, but I think it's no, I think it's here. The little I believe a tiny little like party thing that they have like here at night, where you can get to know like sit around the campfire and kind of get to know more about like each individual character, like Penny, the couple, Hannah, like Cassidy, Finn a little bit. This whole situation also will confirm like whether you're gonna go with Cassidy or like Finn as like the love interest here, because they will like uh blatantly say like ask like where does Sean swing and like stuff like that, which in and of itself isn't that big of a problem. But if they were going to introduce Sean, if they were going to introduce Sean being like bisexual and stuff like that, then they shouldn't have really included the thing in episode 1 where he was heavily crushing on like this girl that Lila was trying to be like wingman for and like stuff like that. Like they could have just left that whole part out. Because you kind of set up Sean to be like a heterosexual like guy, right? You set him up that way in the beginning, and there's no other like even like hints in of any way where he can also have like interesting guys and stuff like that. So it only becomes like a thing in this episode. So it's kind of like coming out of nowhere. So if you were going to have this, then you shouldn't have set up certain expectations in the beginning of the first episode. Especially when it serves absolutely no purpose, because the girl he has a crush on, you never see her, like actually see her in any way, and you don't and it's not like you ever like talk to her really, like it's not like you have a phone call or something with her or anything like that either. So it really served absolutely no purpose. So you could have done without that, and just especially when this relationship, this whole romance thing is self-contained to this episode primarily. Because the other episodes, because the last 2 episodes after this follow completely different things and don't even matter about this whole like romance thing. Like that's not even like a thing that's like a primary like concern. So either way, you could confirm Sean going with Cassidy or Finn with this. As I said, primarily for me, I go with Cassidy because out of the 2 options, Cassidy is the most, for me, the most likable character out of the 2. So, and as I said, Finn does something later that's completely stupid. So even without that, from a regular character perspective, Cassidy is just better. She's more enjoyable than Finn is, so it's like, all right, whatever. So either way, during this little campfire scenario, you could have Sean drink, you could have him smoke some weed, obviously. Um, Doing this also with Daniel around will also kind of encourage Daniel to like smoke some weed and to drink some liquor and shit. So for me, I end up doing none of that, right? So yeah. So in any case, what was it? Cassidy and Cassidy and Hannah end up like, talking through their disagreements and their issues with each other and whatnot, right? So they get through that. That's not a big problem. You get to know, like, obviously everybody else, Jacob, Penny, the couple and whatnot. To be fair, in this whole episode, the couple that's with the Drifter camp don't really amount much to anything. Like, they're kind of just there. So they don't play a very big part in anything. Plus, they're also planning on leaving anyway. So so they don't really stick around for a while. Like, they end up like leaving because they got like other like a different plan to do something else. So they end up like leaving. So so he so for me, we get into the relationship with Cassidy, right? She offers to to uh uh to give Sean a tattoo, right? Because she can do tattoos. So so at this point, you could kind of choose what tattoo you get. Like, you could get like a wolf tattoo or something like that. You could get a couple of different tattoos for her to do. So either way, you get a tattoo. If you successfully hooked up with Cassidy, at this point, she'll take you to a she'll say like, why don't we go to like the lake and whatnot. So you end up going to the lake with her, right? You could go to the lake with her, or you can go to sleep early with like Daniel, because Daniel is getting tired and wants to go to sleep. So you could go to sleep with Daniel, or you can go to the thing with Cassidy. So you can go to the thing with Cassidy. If you go to the thing with Cassidy, you end up having a skinny dip session with Cassidy in the lake. And it's at this point too, like, y'all end up like kissing and stuff, like, while butt naked in the lake. You don't see anything. The only thing you really see in this whole situation is, I know you blatantly see Sean's fucking ass, but I don't know. I think you may see like Cassidy's ass, but you don't. But it's not like Hannah earlier where you blatantly see like titties, like, just there. Like, you don't see that. But yeah, it's a sweet kind of a sweet moment. But the whole lake thing is kind of reminiscent of. It's pretty much reminiscent of the pool scene with Max and Chloe. The only difference is where the pool scene with Max and Chloe, um, on its own, doesn't have explicit romantic like overtones to it. But this thing, the lake scene with Sean and Cassidy, that is blatant like romantic flirting, and then the obviously kissing while you're in the lake and stuff like that, if you choose to take it that far. So clearly that whole setup is explicitly intended to be like a romantic scene, as opposed to the pool scene with Max and Chloe, where it's more ambiguous and you could like take it whichever way you want to take it, right? But this, it's intentionally supposed to be taken in this one direct way, and you could either choose to, go in that direction, or you could just reject the thing. But yeah. So after that, if you keep pursuing the relationship, you could end up also I think Daniel goes to spend. I think he goes to spend the night. Oh no. Oh no. She Cassidy takes you to her tent, and at this point, this is where you explicitly they don't show anything, but you do kind of have like a talking scene with Cassidy like directly afterwards, where it's very obvious that Sean and Cassidy have had sex already, because you see the initial setup of them going to have sex, and then it cuts away, and then it cuts back in to them already have finished, and Sean kind of like making a joke and being like, "Well, I'm sorry if I wasn't great at it, because it's my first time like having sex and like stuff like that and things like that." So, which it isn't Cassidy's first time. Like Cassidy makes it clear, like I know I'm gonna, like I'll handle it, and you'll be fine. I'll take care of you. So, also, just so you know, Finn is also no stranger to sex either, because um, Finn blatantly points out that he swings both ways, because he also freely admits that him and Hannah have casually just fucked every now and then. Like they casually have sex every now and then, because they freely admit that they're not in a relationship. It's just that when you have those needs and you need to have a release, that they just do it with each other. So there's no real romance between the two of them. But yeah, that's how Finn rolls. But yeah, so pretty much you do the deed with Cassidy. You have a little after sex conversation. You don't see anything. They cleverly like hide the camera to where you're not really seeing like Cassidy's like boobs or anything. So you may see a little. There may be like a little like nip slip here, but they don't. But they frame the camera in a way where it's not explicitly on screen like prominently. Hannah was the only one that got that towards the beginning of the episode. She's the only one that you blatantly saw her pair on full display. She's the only one that got that. But either way, so either way, we finish. We do that. We finish that conversation. Everybody presumably goes to sleep because it fades out and stuff. And then Sean gets woken up by the car horn aggressively being done, and and everybody yelling at Sean to get the hell up. So he quickly gets up because everyone's already ready to go to work, and Big Joe is getting really pissed and impatient because he's like, bro, we should have been on our way to the farm by now. So they hurry up and do this, right? They do all this, blah blah blah. He quickly throws on some stuff, runs over to the pickup truck that Big Joe uses to drive everyone to the farm. And we go through like a montage of, I guess, over the course of the next couple of days of them working on the weed farm, doing all the different jobs and stuff like that. Thankfully, we don't have to do the fucking weed cutting mini game again, because holy shit, that shit went on for way too long. Really annoying. But in any case, we go through the montage, and then now it's payday time, right? So now it's payday time, so everyone's going to get paid. So everyone's waiting outside the building to get called in, because presumably what Merrill's doing is obviously going through everyone's like performance and how they performed, and then going on from that to what everybody will earn, right? And so now Merrill, I think he has Big Joe or something open the door and has all of them come in. Everybody except for Daniel, because technically Sean is the only one that actually gets paid the money. Like Daniel's kind of just there. But Sean gets paid technically for both Sean and Daniel's like work, like whatever they both do. He gets paid for both. But he's the only one that gets called in for the money. So Sean pretty much is pretty much telling Daniel like, just wait out here and once I get the money, I'll come back out and get you, and then we can go back to camp, right? So they get called in, they all get lined up and stuff, and Marrow is just going over like pretty much the performances of everyone, like how they performed. And it's at this point this is the only point where how quickly you've done like the QuickTime event where you were clipping the weed comes into play is in this section, but it doesn't really matter. The only thing that it really affects is if Merrill like is disappointed with your performance, or he really like has high praise for your performance, or you did just about like average or something. Like that's really the only thing that really happens here. So after reviewing all of your performances, he's gonna start giving out the money, right? Right before he can give out the money, Big Joe comes in the room with Daniel, like dragging Daniel with him. And he's pretty much like, oh, Daniel snuck into Merle's room, and he was like sneaking around for whatever reason. And Big Joe, like, I guess heard the commotions and found him, and then now he's bringing him over to Merrill because he's like, this is what I found, So now everyone gets So now Marrow's upset. Sean is obviously like upset and mad because he's like, bro, I told you to just stand outside and just wait for me to come back out. And yet again, Daniel does this no matter what you do. So yet again, Daniel is making a really stupid decision because the game needs a dramatic situation to happen. So it's just going to force a character to do something really stupid to force a conflict. And that's exactly what's happening here. So he gets forced to so now you're forced to deal with Daniel's dumb shit. So you're upset. Marrow's like, everybody calm down. Everybody stay where you are. So now Marrow's like, okay, Daniel did what he did, so now nobody's getting paid. So now as punishment, nobody's getting paid. And then obviously everyone's even more upset because they're like, yo, we did all this work. Why are we all getting punished for what he did, right? Which I can agree with. Technically, if you want to punish anyone from not getting money, it should just be Daniel and Sean. Because in the end, Sean is responsible for Daniel. So if anyone was going to get punished by not getting paid, it should have been only them, but we have to escalate the drama even more, so everyone gets punished, right? So nobody gets paid. So obviously things get a little heated. Big Joe starts getting agitated, right? And there's a little Meryl excuses himself from the room, right? And was like, okay, Big Joe, handle the rest, right? So Big Joe is obviously using this opportunity to keep being a big dick and whatnot, right? So it leads to a situation where I think Big Joe is getting like aggressive with somebody. And at this point, I believe no matter what it is, because Big Joe is facing away from everybody while aggressively doing whatever, right? To whoever. I forget who it is. It might be Finn or Cassidy or somebody. But the point is, he's getting aggressive, and you can so in this situation you can Daniel will fling very noticeably in front of everybody, use his power to like fling this like bowl or something at Big Joe, and it hits Big Joe in the back of the head. It doesn't knock him out or anything, but it hits him and it breaks or whatnot, and he's like, and he turns around and he's like, who did that? And at this point, I believe Sean could take the heat from it and pretty much be like me. And then from there, Big Joe will pretty much, I believe, punch Sean in the face, and then he gets like a nice black eye from it. So after that, everyone is in is back at the camp, and everyone saw Daniel using his powers. So now everyone knows he has powers. So now everyone's like coming clean and pretty much like you're pretty much like talking about it, and you're like, okay, this is so this is what's going on and whatnot, and this is what happened, and this is how he has powers and all that stuff, right? So so they so they so after they all find out, like everyone is pretty shocked and stuff about what's happening, right? Uh, Jacob in particular is kind of like silent and kind of taken aback by it, but he pretty much like excuses himself out. Uh, Penny and Hannah kind of excuses themselves out too. And then so we have like Cassidy and Finn and Sean and Daniel here. And Cassidy and Finn pretty much pretty much go to Finn comes up with a bright idea of being like, okay, with Daniel's powers, we could go to back to the farm, go to Meryl's place, because by this time it's like nighttime. And I know where his safe is that he keeps the money, and we can go get the money that we rightfully earned, so we could go get it. And Cassidy rightfully is like, this is an extremely stupid idea. Like, why the fuck would we even do this? So she winds up. So Sean also finds this idea really stupid, and you could pretty much tell him no, like we're not gonna do that. Just take it on the chin and not risk getting us in way more trouble than we already are. Like, don't worry about it. So we so initially Finn is kind of like, okay, that's fine. Like, it's all right. It was a really stupid idea. Don't worry about it. All right. So we write it off. We all go back to camp. We kind of like reflect on what happened with everybody else, right? And then what is it? We I believe we're I don't know if we try to go to sleep at this point, but we kind of try to go to sleep, right? I think we try to go to sleep. But the point is, at some point, Cassidy is like, Finn and Daniel are like gone. They're just gone. So they're gone. So obviously they come to the conclusion of Finn went and took Daniel to back to the farm so they can take the money. Even though you were supposed to have convinced Finn not to do it, right? and you also pretty much told Daniel like that's not a good idea either, and don't even do it anyway. So it's at this point that this, if you try to romance Finn, this would have been the point of like, bro, any romance we could have had would have been thrown out the window, because it's like, bro, I keep telling you no, and you end up stealing my brother so you can use his powers to steal money. Whether the money you're rightfully earned or not, but the whole point of that, you're gonna exploit my kid brother, a child, just so you can get something, even though we already told you don't do this, and he still does it anyway. So the point is, you take him, him and Daniel are gone, so now you have to get to the weed farm, but obviously you don't have a car. So what you have to end up doing is you have to get to where Big Joe is, because Big Joe is kind of closer to where the camp is, because Big Joe kind of stays like off site. So he's not directly at the weed farm. He's like away from it. So you're closer to where Big Joe is. So you go there, and you find that what was it? Finn and Daniel already been here, because Daniel used his powers to like to I believe break the gate, and they took a and they also had the idea of like stealing a car to get to the farm. So you already see that they've been here. So now you need to get a car of your own and try to get to the farm. So here you have to try to figure out a way to get into the car and get and take it, so that way you can uh so that way you can sneakily get in there without waking up Big Joe, without causing too much noise, pretty much. So you do that. You get the car. You could also sabotage the one car that's left, so that way Big Joe can't immediately follow you back to the farm. So you could also do that. And then either way, you get the car, you get to the farm, right? So you get to the farm, and then you find what was it? You find that what was it? You find the car that Finn and Daniel used. So you're like, okay, they're still here. So you get there, and depending on certain choices and how your interactions with Daniel have been, excuse me, even though the game contradicts whether what you do with Daniel even fucking matters or not, they could either have already snuck into Meryl's room, or they could be in front of the door to Meryl's room, and they're trying to figure out a way to get inside without like alerting him, right? So you get in. So either way, you see them before they're able to get to into any safe or whatnot, right? So you confront them there. This dialogue is have several different variations, obviously depending on if you're even in a relationship with Finn or not, but also depending on how you've tried to act around Daniel. Because in this situation, you could it could either be confirmed that Finn either that Finn took Daniel to do, like, convinced him to go with him to do this anyway, or if Daniel is just being an uber asshole because of choices that you made. It could be Daniel's idea that he just decided to do this and be like, Finn, let's just do your plan anyway, and Finn just kind of goes along with it. So it's different on who's to blame about this situation, like, happening to begin with. But either way, Finn is the one that came up with the idea for this regardless. So whether Finn ends up going through with it or it's Daniel's idea to go through with this plan anyway, Finn is the one that came up with the whole thing anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, so Sean and Cassidy confront Finn and stuff about this. They cause a big enough commotion that Marrow gets woken up. He confronts them with a shotgun. So he has a shotgun in his hand, and he, like, has it pointed at them, so everyone has their hands up and they're like trying to calm down, like, take it easy. So it's at this point that one, Marrow is rightfully extremely pissed off. So now Finn pretty much, like, takes the blame of being like, okay, I'm responsible for all this dumb shit. Like, don't shoot, we don't need to shoot anybody. Like, I'll take responsibility for this. So it's at this point that Marrow just pretty much is like, okay, so your penance now is pretty much, I'm gonna put you on your knees and I'm going to take this shotgun and I'm gonna pretty much, like, shoot Finn, pretty much. Like, he's gonna kill him. So it's at this point that you can have a choice of whether to have Daniel use his powers to pretty much save Finn from getting, like, his head blown off by a shotgun. So obviously, if you don't do it, then Finn is just gonna flat out get killed. So if you do stop him, what was it? Daniel ends up using his powers to, like, swipe the shotgun out of Marrow's hand and, like, across the room. I believe Sean could take the opportunity to excuse me, to try to tackle Marrow and like, subdue him, pretty much, right? Which doesn't necessarily go too well because Marrow actually has a sidearm. He has, like, a pistol. So he takes that out. Daniel tries to like, do the trick again to, like, swipe the gun away, but before he can do it, Marrow shoots the gun and it winds up shooting Daniel like in the shoulder. Like it hits him in the shoulder. And at this point, Daniel becomes like obviously really upset. He just got fucking shot. So his powers start getting like out of control because he's rightfully like really angry and upset. So it's kind of like what was going on in the motel room, but on a way bigger scale. It's pretty much a bigger version. It's pretty much a repeat of what happened when their dad got shot in the first episode. So he pretty much does like a big like telekinetic shockwave. Uh, it it pretty much knocks everyone out. Like people get like thrown into walls and stuff, and they get like knocked out. So after that happens, the camera cuts, and then it cuts. It comes back, and it's pretty much like morning already, and the camera's panning around, and you see the camera goes around and shows you like everyone like knocked out on the floor, like everyone's knocked out. Daniel is suspiciously like gone, like he's missing, like you don't see him, but you see that there's like a trail of money that's like on the floor. So clearly, after whatever happened, after everyone got knocked out, somebody went to the safe and took the money pretty much. So and the most noteworthy thing is that the last person we see is Sean. So we see Sean, and most notably is Sean got injured so Daniel like injured Sean this time with the outburst that he had, because now Sean we come to find out that Sean lost an eye, so now he only has one eye. So yeah, so pretty much that's where the episode ends. It ends with him on the ending shot with Daniel's missing, everyone's knocked out, Sean is unconscious with a busted eye, because now he's gonna have one eye, and that's pretty much it. So that's where the episode ends. So, where specifically are we gonna put episode 3? If I was going directly by entirely how I feel, like how the episode makes me feel, this is where it would be. But since I'm trying to try to not let my emotions too much decide where I rank these. I'm trying to focus on like some stuff that like it does right and stuff, and And if from a creative and storytelling perspective and from a character perspective, how good or bad does all of that stuff have? So with that, because as I said, the Drifter crew, the Drifter people are not that bad. Like, they're interesting, but the problem is that they don't stick around. Like, they're all gone by the beginning of the next episode. So yet again, it's another reset. So to be fair, I'm going to put it here. I am going to put it here. Like, if I was going by feeling, it would be like an F. Because playing through this episode really frustrates me. Especially Daniel. The main problem is how much of a 180 that Daniel keeps doing. That Daniel keeps doing throughout this whole episode. Like this is the biggest example of a lot of the issues and conflict and stuff that's happening throughout this episode is because of stupid decisions that Daniel just keeps doing. And it's forced decisions because it's decisions that happen no matter what you do. So it's just forcing drama just for the drama's sake. And it's really frustrating and annoying. Like, it really is. So in any case, we end that. So now we go into episode so now we go into episode 4. I will say right off the bat, episode 4 is going to be better. How much better, we'll see. Excuse me. We'll see as we go over it. So, as always, let's take a look at the trailer real quick for episode 4 and see and get a little refresher on what necessarily happens in this episode.
Peggy 18.
I keep having these nightmares since I came out of the coma. Nowhere to go. What do I do now? I'm so different now. I don't even recognize myself.
Remember, you gotta do this.
4 times a day, I won't forget. I let everybody down. I lost Daniel. Where would he hide out?
We have a lot of people looking for your brother.
This is where I am.
For how long? It's been over 2 months.
The Bureau put his profile out over 4 states.
This is where I chose to be. Facing all your cries.
You might spend the rest of your life in prison, or you can talk to me.
We gotta be careful now. How would I even find him? Is the whole world out to get me? Nobody will stop me. I'm not afraid. I want to help my brother. It's all I can think about.
Have to take control.
Sean?
Okay, so um, so that episode, the trailer didn't really it didn't spoil a lot of what happens in episode 4. Um, but in any case, it pretty much kind of just told you what the setup of episode 4 is, but it didn't really go into a lot of the major beats. So pretty much, so episode 4 begins with with uh as Daniel said, as Sean said, uh he's been in a coma for a while after obviously losing the eye and everything. So there was obviously a lot of head trauma involved in that. So pretty much he's been in a coma for like a couple of months, because it's probably around the summertime, I think, of the time frame of the game. Because episode 2 was winter. The whole weed farm episode for episode 3, I think, was maybe around the springtime. So now we're in like summer area, summertime. So so he so he's waking up in a hospital. So he's finally waking up in the hospital, or woke up in the hospital like a while ago. But the whole point is he was asleep now. He's waking up because he's already in a routine at the hospital, and he's already like been up for a while. But he pretty much catches us up that he was in a coma for like a little while. Finally woke up at the hospital. He's been under police observation because there's a police guard that's guarding in front of his room. So he's being observed now, and he's obviously hasn't been like formally arrested and putting on trial yet, because he's recovering from injury. So obviously, protocol is that before you can stand like trial and everything, is you have to be in well enough condition first. So pretty much Sean has to, his eye and stuff, his condition has to heal good enough that he's deemed to be able to stand trial now. So he's still in that process right now. And as you saw in the trailer too, the FBI is now involved, and I believe the agent's name, I believe her name is Flores. I believe that's what her name is. Does it even say? Why doesn't it say? whoops. That's weird. Why isn't she listed here? Oh, there she is. Yeah, okay. Her name is His Flores. Okay, good. I am remembering that correctly. Um, so yeah, so pretty much like Agent Flores is kind of acting like his caseworker, because she's the one that's like repeatedly like questioning him and kind of giving him updates. Because as you heard, they're looking for Daniel because Daniel's been missing ever since the weed farm incident. So they haven't heard anything about him, so they don't know where he is. And as Flores said in the trailer, we have like a bulletin across like 4 different states and stuff are keeping an eye out for any information about him. So so Agent Flores like leaves for the day, and then Sean's nurse, Joey, this guy Joey, who you saw like changing his who you saw in the trailer changing his eye, the gauze on his eye and stuff, right? So um you pretty much get do a couple of vision tests with Joey to see how well you're healing and whatnot. So it all depends on how you, the player, are able to do that. Depends on what your progress is on Sean's recovery. So you do that. Joey is a pretty nice guy and stuff. Uh, so Joey pretty much checks in on you, is pretty worried about you, pretty concerned, pretty good guy. Um, and then he also leaves you like some like towels and stuff like in a corner, right? And he tells you when you got a chance, like grab these towels and stuff, right? So he leaves, and then at this point you could actually get up from your hospital bed and kind of like look around, right? Well, not up from the hospital bed, up from the chair that you went to. So when he changes your gauze on your eye, so now you can get up and now you could like kind of like look around the hospital room, right? From here you can get little updates on some of the characters. Like I think you can find a letter from your grandparents. You could find a letter from Cassidy. You could also find out that they pretty much questioned Cassidy about what happened. I believe they questioned like Hannah and Penny and stuff like that. Curiously, no mention of Jacob. Oh, and if Finn is still around, if you didn't get Finn killed, uh, you can also find out that Finn is also under custody in the hospital, and in the same hospital you are in, but in like another room. So, and obviously they've been questioning him and stuff too. Um, and obviously like Meryl and stuff like that. So yet again, curiously, no Jacob. Uh, Even though Jacob was well, he wasn't there, but he was at the camp. Because Penny, Hannah, and Jacob stood at the camp. Like they didn't go. Cassidy is the only one that goes with Sean to go to the weed farm. So everybody else stayed behind. And and as I said, the couple like have already left by the time all this happened. So the Drifter couple was not even involved in any of the stuff going on by this point. So you get up and you look around, find that all that different stuff, right? There's also a letter from Chris, pretty much updating you on how things are going. Depending on what you did there, like Chris's dad could be like doing better with his like alcohol and stuff like that, and kind of like turning things around. Also, depending on if you got Chris hit by a car, by the police car, you can pretty much find out that Chris is recovering well and he's not suffering any big long-term like injuries or anything. So there's that. So now at this point, you can go to like the towels of where he is, right? Of where Joey left the stuff there. And then you find that he snuck you in like your like journal and stuff with like some of your things, right? So you can find that out. You could attempt to like draw something with your one eye too. So you could do like something there. So now it kind of like switches over to like nighttime. So now you need to oh no, you also find that in your letter, that in your journal, there's a thing written on it that hints at where Daniel might be. So now that motivates you to try to get and it's something that's not written by you. So somebody wrote something in your journal to try to give you a clue of where Daniel is. Because it's kind of cryptic, because clearly they only want you to figure this out. They don't want anyone else reading this and knowing like what it means. So Sean figures it out and he's like, okay, I need to get out of this hospital now and go find Daniel. I have a lead. So now it's nighttime, and now you're gonna like execute your plan on how to get out. So you could get out of here in like several different ways. They kind of showed some of them in the trailer where you can lure in like the guard that's watching you and like assault him and stuff to get out. You can also call in Joey and like convince him to try to help you escape. You can also escape like freely on your own, like being sneaky and like sneaking out, which is traditionally what I like to do, because I'm like, I don't want to make my situation any worse by assaulting a police officer, right? Because the whole situation is proving that like nobody was meant to die. Like nobody was meant to like kill the police officer. And it's still really stupid how the police officer got killed anyway, but whatever. But the game still refuses to let that go. But in any case, we don't want to add to our crimes, so we're not going to assault an officer to get away. And we also don't want to get Joey into trouble, because Joey's too nice of a guy, and I'm like, I don't want to end up hurting him or end up like having him in a aiding and abetting situation. I don't want him to be involved in that. So traditionally, I pretty much sneak my way out. So in any case, as you're getting out, you can, as you're getting out, you get, you make your way to the front of the, like out of the room. You kind of like loop yourself around the room. Conveniently, your guard is like sleeping. So yet another way you're able to stealthily do this, because you take the sleeping opportunity to be like quiet. And you're able to get into the room that they're keeping all your stuff in, and you're able to get all your stuff, get dressed, get changed, and then you continue making your way down this scaffolding that's in front of the hospital, which you're using as a stealthy way to get down to the parking lot area. So as you're getting down, you can notice the room. You go by the room where Finn is in, if Finn is still alive, and then you can have a conversation with him here if you want, or you could just flat out like just keep going, keep it moving, and not even talk to him. If you do talk to him, then primarily what he does is like, if you're more forgiving towards him, then he primarily like severely like apologizes about how everything happened and whatnot and what happened. So he'll also like not snitch on you and not say anything that you escaped or anything like that. Like he'll pretty much keep that a secret. So either way, you get to you make your way down, you get to the parking lot, and then you find a car that you could get into, right? And then you pretty much hotwire the car. Since your dad was a mechanic, you can your dad pretty much like taught you a thing or two about cars, so that's kind of how you learn to hotwire a car. So so that's how you do that. You hotwire the car, and then you drive the car to the location of where you have to go, right? So you make your way there. You end up pulling over to the side of the road to pretty much take a nap, right? So you go to take a nap. You have this dream. I think it's here that you have this dream of like driving a car and stuff with like your dad, and he's like and you're like having a nice little moment with him. I believe your dad gets a call on the phone because you're driving the car and your dad is kind of like teaching you how to drive. And your dad gets like a phone call, and it's pretty much a phone call from Lila. So Lila gets like a little flashback cameo here, and she's pretty much like babysitting Daniel. So she's kind of calling, like giving you an update on like how things are going back at home, pretty much. So you pretty much have that nice little like father-son moment with your dad. I will say Esteban as a father he's fine. Like he's good. he's pretty reminiscent of like William to a certain extent, like Chloe's dad, um, but yeah, so kind of sucks that both of them wind up getting killed and for various reasons, but whatever. Um, but in any case, at that point, you get woken up. Sean gets woken up from the dream by somebody knocking on the window of the car, right? Which, yet again, stop me if you've heard that before. Somebody knocking on windows of cars, waking people up. Right, Rachel? Huh? You know all about that. You and Chloe know all about that. Yeah. But in any case, you get woken up. You kind of saw it a little bit in the trailer. You get woken up by these two extremely racist redneck guys. Like extremely like racist redneck guys. One of them is like the main racist asshole, and the other one is kind of like the enabling like friend guy that just like is like yeah type of thing, like yeah type of guy. That's initially how the guy starts off though. But the uber racist guy is just uberly racist the whole time. So he pretty much wakes him up, tells him that you're on my land. You're not, like, what are you doing here? You're not supposed to be here. Keep in mind, the game shows the entire, like, scenery that you're around, and there is no homes or anything in this whole area. Because you're in the middle of the desert in Nevada. So it's like, bro, what land are you talking about? Like, you don't even, like, there's no home around here. There's nothing. Like, it literally just looks like you just saw somebody on the side of the road and you pulled over just to pick on somebody for shits and giggles. So either way, that's the excuse he says to pretty much bully Sean and to be uber racist because he's all like, oh, you're Mexicans, you're like, oh, off of the border, you're all like sneaking into the country, you're all like stealing jobs, stealing this, doing all the stereotypical racist bullshit we've heard 50 million times ad nauseum. And then if you're trying to be calm about this and stuff and not like getting triggered with all the buttons that he's trying to push on you, he'll start to pretty much like start to ask you, like try to humiliate you by being like, hey, talk Spanish to me. Like, talk Spanish to me. Like, how do you say, like, get out of my country in, like, Spanish? How do you say I don't belong here in Spanish and, like, all that stuff? Like, he starts to do that. You could subtly, take the shit out of him because clearly he doesn't know Spanish. So you could pretty much make fun of him in Spanish and try to play it off like you're actually telling him what he told you to say. So you could pretty much do that. Like, either way, the escalation of humiliation that's starting to happen here, his buddy over there starts, like, not having a good time with this. And starts being like, bro, like, let's just go already. You already had your fun. Like, let's leave. So either way, it, as you saw in the trailer, it can end violently where where the uber racist redneck guy like punches Sean in the face and stuff, and like knocks him down. Like either way, this whole situation ends pretty violently. It just depends on how violent things get. Cause from here, you get cause even if you do this the most peaceful way you can, it still ends with the guy like sucker punching you in the gut and you like falling over and being left like on the floor in front of the car, like in pain. And then the two redneck guys like leave. This whole scene pissed me off so much when it happened because it's so pointless and unnecessary. Like, this scene serves no purpose. Like, the problem with all this racist stuff that they keep randomly like showing up in like random places is they don't do anything with it. Like, you're not saying anything about it. You're not teaching any lesson at all. Like, you're just showing racism just for the racist's sake, and nothing is really happening. Like, there's no real consequence coming out of this. So you might as well have not even had this scene in here to begin with. Like, Sean could have just fell asleep and just woken up the next morning and nothing would be lost. So either way, Sean wakes up the next morning. Instead of being in the car driving, instead he's walking down the road in the blistering Nevada desert heat. Just walking down the road. Because clearly the car ran out of gas, so now he has to walk the rest of the way. So as you're walking the rest of the way, which you have to physically do with the controller, you have to physically move Sean down this road for like a while, which is really annoying. You could also like sit down for a minute and take a break, but either way you have to keep walking down the road. And then eventually a truck will go by, and you could kind of like flag down the truck, and the truck will actually stop and pull over to the side, and then you could finally get to the truck, and you could accept the nice truck driver's offer of driving you to where you need to go, if it's along the way of where he needs to go. Or you could choose to keep walking. I usually like take the truck driver route because the truck driver is like nice enough. Plus the truck driver, even like when you accept if you accept the offer and take the truck ride to where you gotta go, he's even nice enough to give you a like some food. Like, he gives you like a sandwich or something that he had there. So he's even nice enough to give you a bite to eat and something to drink and stuff. And when the dispatcher like asks like why you calls in and asks like, hey, why'd you stop for a minute? Like, he pretty much like covers for you and pretty much says like, oh, I had to stop for a minute because I had to get out and take a piss. So a really nice guy. So either way, you can take a rest for a minute, because the truck driver pretty much tells you that it's still going to be a minute before we get to where you got to go. Which I think the name of the place is like Haven Point or something, where you got to go. So either way, you get to Haven, right? You get there. you come to find out that this place is a church place. So you get inside, and the church people are talking about like savior person, like the savior person that they're talking about, right? And before they show anybody, you can actually like look around, and you can actually discover that this savior person they're talking about is Daniel. So after a while, you meet you could go in several different ways. You could like go in front of them, or you can like go up to the balcony area and like observe. But either way, you see the little the religious session that's going on, and you see that the prophet is Daniel. He's all dressed up in like white shirt, black like pants and whatnot, and he has like a different haircut and stuff like that, right? And he and now it's pretty obvious that what Daniel is a part of is this like cult that has him as like their like savior character. And you have this woman, the woman that's in charge, named Sister Lisbeth. Right? Her name is Lisbeth, right? I'm remembering this correctly, right? Can the page move? Oh, finally. Yeah, her name is Lisbeth, right? And she, so she's in charge of this whole religious thing, right? And so she has Daniel using his powers and passing them off as like miracles, because she has him levitate this big cross that's on the wall. She has him like levitate it off the wall and like levitate it or like off the stage, and kind of presents it in front of like the crowd of people that she's taking money from, clearly. And then he like puts it back on the wall, right? And then everyone's like, "Oh my God, Daniel, the savior," all this like shit. And obviously Sean is like shocked by all this that's going on. And then we come to find out that so after seeing that, if we're in the balcony area, like we kind of like sit down and kind of like take in all the crazy religious shit that's happening, right? And then Sean gets discovered by this little girl named Sarah. And through our conversation with Sarah, and also if you were observant and looking at stuff in the previous episode, you will come to find out that Sarah is Jacob's sister, that Jacob was talking about, of how worried and stuff he was about his sister. And you also come to find out that Sarah is really sick, and Jacob and her and Sarah's parents have taken her to Lisbeth's cult for like healing and stuff, to pretty much pray Sarah's illness away, which clearly is not happening because she's still sick and she's getting worse. But Sarah still believes that, like, you know, like things will get better and stuff like that. And then from here, she's like, okay, let me, Sean's like, can you get me to meet Daniel? She pretty much tells her that I'm Daniel's brother, and I've come like looking for him. And she's pretty much like, okay, I could get you to like meet, to see him, and he'll be very like happy to see you. Because she's kind of like talked to Daniel for a while, so she's kind of become like friends with him. So she's pretty much like, oh yeah, he talks about you and like stuff like that. So in any case, he comes, right, and then she takes him. If you're at the balcony, she takes him downstairs. Everyone has left, and now the only ones left are Lisbeth, Daniel, and Lisbeth's like little like security guard guy. So you go down there and you call out to Daniel. Daniel sees you. Daniel's all happy. He runs up, like, gives you a hug and stuff, because it's been like months since he's seen you. So and I believe he said he thought you were dead or something. So he's happy. A nice little subtle thing is when Lisbeth sees you, her initial reaction is to subtly say to herself, like, oh shit, like she already knows that Sean being here with Daniel is potentially gonna ruin her meal ticket that she has going on with Daniel. So you come to find, so now Lisbeth is putting on a performance for Daniel, pretty much, and being like, see, the Lord works in mysterious ways. He's brought your brother back to you, and like all that stuff, and all this shit. And then she tries to convince like Sean to like to kind of like come with them, like join their little like cultish community that they have going on here. Obviously Sean doesn't take kindly to this because he sees it for what it is. It's like, you're exploiting my brother to clearly like milk money from desperate people, because that's literally what you're doing. So he's pretty much trying to convince Daniel of this. And yet again, from even more stupidity from Daniel, he just believes Lisbeth for whatever reason. Lisbeth kind of goes up to Sean, kind of like talk to him and whatnot. Kind of puts like her arm like on his shoulder to try to like be like my son, like show like sympathy and whatnot. And then when Sean pretty much is like no, and kind of like nudges her hand off his shoulder, she over exaggerates it and kind of throws herself onto the floor to make it seem like Sean like hit her. So that kind of gets Daniel even more on Lisbeth's side for whatever reason. Like why Daniel is like drinking the Kool-Aid so hard, I have no clue. Especially with what we reveal later, it makes him believing Lisbeth so hard even more stupid. So yeah. So Daniel gets mad. He decides not to go with Sean, not to leave, all that stuff. Lisbeth gets her guard thing to throw Sean out, to throw him out, right? So the guy throws him out, closes the front gate. Sean is like mad, pounding on the gate. And then the guard dude pulls out his gun and pretty much holds it in front of him, and he's like, give me an excuse. Come through this gate, and then I'll have every legal right to shoot you. So obviously, Sean is gonna stop. He's gonna back off, and then the guy like leaves. So Sean is really upset. And then, as you saw in the trailer, someone comes up from behind him, puts their hand on his shoulder, and calls out his name. And when he turns around, it cuts to the woman, and the woman turns out to be his mother, who at this point I will start calling her by her name, Karen. Right? Her name is Karen, right? I'm not just making this up. Yeah, her name is Karen. Okay. So her name's Karen. She pretty much tells him like, you're not gonna get Daniel out of here this way. Come with me back to my motel room that I'm staying at, and we could figure out a way to get Daniel out. So they go back to the hotel room. They have a heated conversation because obviously it's like, why you came back now, why you left, all that stuff. She's pretty much like, I found out from somebody where I have a source that told me where Daniel was, and I saw where he was. I kind of scouted out where everything is, and I've been here for a little while trying to figure out how to get him out of here, and also try to make up for being a shitty mother and like leaving all of you. Which you can ask the reason why, and Karen gives a really shitty reason, which isn't really a reason. She just decided that like she just wanted to leave. She wanted to be a free spirit and not be restricted by like family and like stuff like that. Like she just wanted to be free or whatnot, which is really stupid, but whatever. So she's trying to make up for it by saving him here from this cult. So either way, you could kind of begrudgingly like forgive her or get to know her and like all that shit. Traditionally, I try to like be cordial with her and everything. So they pretty much like try to come up with a plan to get Daniel out, and she pretty much is like, okay, get in contact with here's my contact's number, get in contact with them and find out and see if we could come up with a plan, like meet up and come up with like a plan to get to rescue Daniel. So pretty much we call the contact, and the contact turns out to be Jacob. So you pretty much ask Jacob like what happened, and he pretty much says like he went to the farm after to see what happened, because you guys because I guess you all were taking so long to come back, and it was like, oh, something probably happened. So they went to find so he went to find out what happened, found Daniel and stuff and whatnot, found everybody knocked out, got into the safe and took like the money and whatnot, right? And pretty much took Daniel to the only place that he could think of taking him, and unfortunately that turned out to be Lisbeth and stuff, and clearly things ended up the way they are. And he's like, and Jacob's like, I fucked up, and I need to, and we need to try to get Daniel out. And we also need to get, at the same time, get my sister, my little sister Sarah out of there too, because she needs to see an actual like doctor. She needs to go to an actual hospital and get treated, because if she stays here, she's gonna die, because she's not getting any treatment. So it's like, all right. Sean, Karen, and Jacob meet up like at an overlooking the church and stuff, right? And they all like meet up, discuss the plan, right? Which is pretty much Jacob and Sean are gonna sneak into Lisbeth's like record area and find records of like Sarah's condition and stuff, and find evidence that she's clearly like lying and like hiding things. And then from there, obviously, once they got like information and proof and stuff that Jacob could use, because Jacob is gonna have to use this evidence to do something. Because obviously Sean and Daniel are on the run, so they can't do anything about it. And then from there, they'll rescue Sarah and Daniel. So Karen is gonna be pretty much like lookout, like she's gonna like observe them, and then if any and pretty much keep tabs on like where the security guy is, if anyone's around, to try to like avoid them and sneak around and stuff. So in any case, Jacob and Sean get in. You can successfully avoid like everybody. You get to the records area. You get to the building where the records room is. You have to get into the record room now. So you, which is also conveniently where Lisbeth lives, and where she lives with Daniel, because she has Daniel living with her. and he has like his own little room, and you can investigate like her house and find like some shitty conditions that like Daniel is in and like stuff like that, and some like crazy like religious shit where he has to like repeatedly like write down like stuff and things like that, and he has like a strict like routine of things that he has to do, which is like, why would you're like, you're being treated like shit in private, so why are you defending this fucking woman for like earlier, which is like, okay, like none of this makes sense. So in any case, he then goes with so you find all this out. And then you're able to get into the record room. You also find out that Lisbeth has a yeast infection, so she has a nasty pussy that she's taking medicine for. So it's like, okay, it's okay. So the stereotypical like contradiction of a religious like cult leader of you can't take any medicine. The little girl is clearly sick. She can't take any medicine, but I can go secretly to a doctor and get medication for my stanky pussy, but you can't do anything. So yeah, in any case, you get into the records room. You find the proof of Sarah's condition. You also find evidence of that Lisbeth has been secretly trying to adopt Daniel and to change his name. So, which is good because you can use that as evidence for later. So you do that. You get that evidence. Then you have to quickly like hide because the guard is like coming into the room to get something. Which Karen like quickly tells you like you need to hide because the guy is coming to the building. He's coming inside. So you can find a hiding spot. If you're lucky enough to find a good hiding spot where he can't find you, then you avoid a whole like confrontation, like a physical confrontation that you can have. So if you're able to get lucky, he pretty much like gets away, like leaves, pretty much gets what he needs and then leaves. You also have to make sure that he's not suspicious that anyone is hiding in the room. So, because you could pretty much like open drawers and stuff and look through things. So, once you know he's coming in, you have to also, if you want to avoid anything, you have to quickly like make sure drawers are closed and stuff, and make sure that there's no evidence that somebody has been snooping around the room. That's another way to make sure you avoid any problems. So he pretty much leaves, and then you're like, okay, we need a distraction so that way we can get to Daniel and Sarah, right? So pretty much Karen is like, okay, I got a distraction for you that I could do. So she does a distraction, right? And when you get outside, so once you leave the building and get outside, you find out that Karen set fire to another building on the other side of the religious compound. So that way, anyone who's important and whatnot will run towards that to try to like stop the fire. So from there, Jacob and Sean are like, okay, we can split up now. You go get your sister, and I'll go get my brother. So they break, they go get that. Sean goes back to the main church because that's where Lisbeth and Daniel are, and that's also where I believe her bodyguard is also there. So and also Karen joins you too. So now she meets you at the church and she goes in with you. So now we got everyone there. We got Karen, Sean, Daniel, Lisbeth, and the Lisbeth bodyguard. So at this point now you have to go through like a back and forth dialogue thing of trying to convince Daniel to come with you. Right? So you could also like tell him that like this is Karen, your mom. So that kind of like also works in your favor a little bit. So you could start revealing too, like the adoption thing, her trying to change his name and all that. So you can use all of that to like convince Daniel to like come to you. Which obviously Lisbeth is getting like really mad and all that stuff. You could also tell him that she's been hiding the fact that Sarah's been sick and she's not letting her get any treatment or anything. Because you also discover that Daniel has kind of maybe one of the reasons why he willingly like stays here is because he kind of develops a crush on Sarah, so that's kind of why he stays there. But yeah, so that helps convince Daniel. Lisbeth is obviously getting mad because her plan is falling apart and everything. So Daniel ends up like starting to like go to Sean and Karen, which Lisbeth like doesn't let him. She kind of like grabs him a little bit and then tells her bodyguard to pretty much pull out the gun and like threaten Daniel to leave, or else we're going to shoot you. So Sean doesn't want to like, obviously he's gonna stand his ground and he's like, I'm not leaving without my brother. So from here, the guard starts like pistol like whipping Sean in the face, like starts like severely like hitting him in the face, like he's starting to bleed. He may have a broken nose and stuff at this point. So at this point, and he tells Karen to like stay back. So he just keeps getting up. Like every time like the guy hits him and knocks him down, Sean keeps getting up. So he's pretty much like enduring the abuse to make Daniel like mad and stuff. So, and meanwhile the guard guy is starting to get nervous because he's like, bro, like he's not staying down. And then it comes to a point where where the guy has the gun to like Sean's like forehead, and Sean's pretty much like daring him like bro, if you're gonna shoot me, you're gonna have to shoot me because I'm not leaving. So he's really nervous. So he's not like looking forward to shooting. So it's at this point Daniel kind of like slightly uses his powers to like knock Lisbeth like away from him. In the process though, it knocks down some candles that were on the altar. So the candles fall and start a fire. So now the church is burning. So also Daniel kind of like knocks the bodyguard guy away. Like he knocks him like out. So the bodyguard gets knocked to the side. The gun obviously gets knocked out of his hand. At this point, Sean can grab the gun that fell, so he can grab it, right? So at this point, Sean and Daniel are finally actually reunited now. So now Daniel, Sean, and Karen start to leave the burning church. So they start leaving. Lisbeth cuts them off, locks the door, locks them in, right? And she's pretty much giving her villain thing of you ruined everything. So now since you ruined everything, we're all gonna just burn in here. So at this point you can Sean can use the gun to threaten Lisbeth to move and to actually shoot her with the gun if you want. Or you could actually choose to have Daniel either kill Lisbeth, or you could have him just move her to the side, just lightly knock her to the side. Me usually I make sure to just knock her to the side. So after you knock her to the side, then Daniel uses his powers to just bust through the door. So you bust through the door, and then you're all walking out of the burning church. So it's at this point that the music starts, and it's just a montage of you guys getting out of the building. You also see that obviously if you didn't kill Lisbeth or anything, you see that her bodyguard has gotten up and has gotten her out of the church, and then you could see her kind of distraught that her church is burning, and she's oh, and she's trying to run back into the burning building, but her guard is holding her back and stuff. It's kind of yeah, bitch, fuck you and your crazy religious fucking ass. Fuck you. So you do that, and then now you're at the overlook area, and Sean and Daniel and Karen pretty much say their goodbyes to Jacob and Sarah. And Jacob can give Sean, because he kept the money that he took from the safe, kept enough of it, and he's here, I could give you the money that you're owed, right? That you've been owed from what you did at the farm and all that stuff. And at this point, you could accept the money or tell Jacob to keep it for your sister, because your sister's gonna need it and whatnot. So you could do that. Either way, you all, Sarah and Daniel, give a nice little hug goodbye and everything, and then Sarah and Jacob drive off, and then Karen, Sean, and Daniel get into Karen's car, and they drive off. Where specifically, we'll find out in the final episode. But they drive off, and the last thing you see is is Daniel reaching over from the back seat of the car to give like Sean a hug, who's in the front seat of the car on the passenger side, so he gives her to give him a hug, which is kind of sweet, but it's like, Daniel, you were still a fucking dumbass. Like, what would have been better here is if Daniel knew that he was being like used and played the whole time, but was only staying there because, as I said, he was genuinely staying there too because he developed a crush on Sarah. So he could have been like putting up with it because he wanted to like make sure Sarah is safe in some way, and maybe because he was waiting for Sean to find him, kind of. So if they would have went in that direction, it would have been better. Instead of making Daniel continue to be one of the most stupid fucking characters in this. Because yet again, a lot of these situations could be so like avoided if Daniel was not a slave to the game's like forced dramatic moments just to milk dramatic like circumstances. But yeah, either way, it finishes that, and we pretty much go from there. So now, so now they, so now they're with Karen, and I will say Karen does play a little bit of a part in the final episode. So she's the one character from this that comes back for the next episode. The one new character in this that shows up, which you could kind of debate whether Karen's a new character because she's constantly mentioned and referenced, and you see pictures of her like leading up to this episode, especially in episode 1 and 2. When you're in your like your father's house, and then when you're in your grandparents' house, but but this is the first time she's like physically on screen, so she carries over into the next episode. Just like Jacob was the one character, the one permanent character that no matter what happens, that carries over into this episode. Because technically Finn does carry over, but Finn is not guaranteed. He only carries over as long as he didn't die, then he carries over. But Jacob shows up no matter what happens. So there's that. So yeah, that is Life is Strange episode 4. I did say it was better than episode 3. Because almost everything that has to do with Daniel in episode 3 is just horribly written. It's just horribly done. So I will say this is it's a little bit above it's above episode 3, but not by much. Mostly because, one, Daniel is still extremely infuriating in this episode, and he and Karen is also pretty stupid, especially her like very lackadaisical like explanation on why she just up and left her family and all that stuff. Like, that is just like that is also infuriating. But yeah, it's pretty like, it's still not great, but mainly because Daniel is not in a majority of the episode, it's still better because you have a lot less of Daniel's like really infuriating like decision making, which would be one thing if that's a consequence of decisions that you were making. Like, that would be completely different. But the fact that he makes so many dumb decisions, regardless of what you've done, is what makes it even more stupid. Especially when the whole selling point of this game was you teaching Daniel like life lessons and responsibility and like how to do things, and him supposed to be, his personality supposed to be changing and being molded depending on what you do and what you teach him and things like that. And the fact that for a majority, for so much of the game, it completely betrays that whole that mechanic is what makes this so infuriating. And that's also not taking into account the extremely mishandled racial overtones that they have through a majority of this. Like the racist neighbor in the beginning of the first game. I mean, in the first episode. The little racist vendor guy when you're going to get the Christmas tree in episode 2. Thankfully, you don't get any racial bullshit in episode 3. But then again, it's replaced with a lot more stupid bullshit in episode 3. So, yeah, the racist stuff isn't here, but there's still other major problems that you replaced it with. And then now, here in episode 4, you have that really random, out of place, racist redneck pair that just berate you in the desert, in the middle of nowhere. Randomly. That did not need to be there whatsoever. Like, there's nothing gained from them being there, and there's nothing that's going to get taken away from them not being there. So why the fuck were they there? If the obvious answer is just to pad out the length of this episode, then that's a very shitty way of padding shit out. Just saying. You could have saved some money by not even bothering to create these two characters and saving money from designing these characters, modeling these characters, and getting voice actors to come in for these characters, because these characters serve absolutely no purpose. You could delete them from this. and lose absolutely nothing. But in any case, it also frustrates me because I am Latino. Like I'm Puerto Rican and Salvadorian. So I may not be Mexican. I don't know. I don't have firsthand experience with the whole coming over the border like thing and that racial aspect and all that stuff. But it still just comes off as so. It comes off so disingenuous, and it's just here for no. It's here with you have it here with no point. Like it'd be one thing if most of this was leading somewhere and there was gonna be a worthwhile payoff to any of this. And as you will see, as you will hear and stuff, next time when we in the next part when we finish the last episode of Life is Strange 2, this whole racial aspect that they kept beating you over the head with in certain cases, it's going to be utterly pointless. What it culminates into is going to be so baffling and stupid. It's going to be in disbelief as to what the fuck happens here. But in any case, we get to it when we get to it. So yeah, episode 4 is here. So believe me, if I was going, like I said with episode 3, if I was going on feeling alone, episode 3 would be an easy F tier. But there's still enough stuff as far as characters and stuff go that save it from being a complete failure for me. Another problem with this is that that episode 3 introduced so many new characters, and then really the only one that really mattered was Jacob. So Penny served no purpose. Hannah served no purpose. The only contribution that Hannah even contributed was like, yay, we get to see Hannah's fucking tits on screen for like a while. That's it. That's the only thing that really makes her memorable. Is that she's the one that she gives us the only nudity, like point blank nudity, in this entire franchise. That's the only noteworthy thing about her. And then the couple, the drifter couple that end up leaving like halfway through the episode. Like, these characters didn't need to be here. You could have just condensed everything down to just Cassidy and Finn, because you already set them up a little bit in episode 2. And then Jacob. And then obviously just Joe and Merle. For the people that are in charge of the weed farm, right? That's it. That's all you needed. Because they're the only ones that matter. Like, everyone else is just padding. So it's the biggest example of setting up so much, and then just as soon as the episode's over, it all gets dropped on the floor. We just chuck it in the bin, and that's it. Okay, I gotta move on and wrap this up, because if I keep talking about these episodes anymore, then I'm really gonna dump episode 3 into the F tier. But yeah, so that'll do it for me. As always, JR here, and we'll wrap up Life is Strange 2 in the next part, and then once we're done with that, we will move on into Life is Strange True Colors. So hopefully I'll see you all then. So until next time, JR signing off, and I will catch you all in the next one.